kubanga ne opening prayers kiri nabyo kukola nga abantu batuuse at least program
togenda walala wano ewatuufu Kyambogo.
Kitata kanenga neyo Cara kalungi
Kyambogo University to ensure the well-being, psychological and mental well-being of our students. One of the groups are the mentors. We have a number of them. This is one of them. Mentors that are around, you can stand up for recognition. Mentors. Yes, mentors. Mentors. Yes, thank you so much. That is one of the groups that work with the students to ensure their well-being. I want to ensure their well-being. We also have the Churi. Churi, are we here? Any members of Churi? We don't have? Okay. Any members of Churi, please come forward as we prepare to continue. Churi. So Chuli, this is Chuli. Yes, we have another group that is Curie, Kyambogo University Rehabilitative Initiative. Curie, kindly briefly talk about Curie in 1 minute. Tell these people about Curie. And I will also request one mentor to come and tell us what you do. One mentor.
Student offering a Bachelor's of Arts in Social Sciences, and currently the coordinator, CHURI, that stands for Kyambogo University Rehabilitative Initiative. Under CHURI, we are concerned about health, mental health, how students can be mentally stable while at campus, at home, in their hostels, and all that. We are also concerned about students' well-being. Yeah, you're most welcome. We're happy to receive you.
Thank you. You have a team. Do you have a team
Yes,
of other members you work with? They can stand there just for recognition. Just the name.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to each and everyone. My name is Aiga Rashid. I'm a student of Kyambogo University. I'm in year 3, doing administrative science, faculty of management and entrepreneurship. I serve as the president of Kyambogo University Rehabilitative Initiative. As well, I serve as the General Secretary of the Government Students Association. General Secretary Muslim Students Association. A Senior General Secretary for Government Students Association, Vice President for CHUASA, that is Kyambogo University Administrative Science Students Association. I'm so very glad to be in front of each and everyone here today. And I would like to talk about CHURI first, then I'll talk about a little bit of guidance and counseling unit.
In 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. CHURI started way back in 2017, and that was as a result of some students who were addicts of alcohol, and they approached the office of the Dean of Students to seek for hope. And the office of the Dean of Students put up an everlasting solution to all the years of intakes that of course will come in Kyambogo University, because at least in every intake you might get, the addicts in there. So CHURI was put as an everlasting solution to help students who are dealing with addiction, to help them to get recovery. the guidance and counseling unit. That is my second issue to talk about. There is a lot about guidance and counseling unit. They have the guidance and counseling sessions basically for the students, and they are free of charge, where students get in there and they learn a lot of things. Talking about different topics from entrepreneurship, things to do with the personal development, talk of the sensitizations that of course come because as a result of that boost our self-esteem, develop our self-efficacy, and actually make us to be outstanding people outside there. And therefore I would like to call each and everyone that is among us here to be part of the guidance and counseling unit. And those who are dealing with issues of addiction, the guidance and counseling unit is free as long as you're a student of Kyambogo University. The services there are free for us, the students. Therefore, there is a lot in there. I humbly request that let's embrace all the opportunities that are coming from that side. Thank you so much. I wish you the best of the day.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, sir.
Curie. Let us have one mentor just to come and tell us what they do. Mentors, if you have a spokesperson, but if you don't have, here, Oh, okay. This is, let us start with mentors. You can come. Hey. Please, this is an opportunity to shine, yeah? Use it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Yes, we are both mentors and both under the LEM Mental Health Association, Kyambogo, and so still the same thing, mental health. And we are happy to have you here. Like they have said, mental health matters, and that's exactly what Kyambogo advocates for. That's what we advocate for. That's what mentors do, to be there for you, to listen to you and not judge you, figure out how to help you without making you break down. Yes, basically that is it. The mentors are there to help the year ones cope with university life under the guidance of the guidance and counseling unit and our dear mentors. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Onyinge Ivan, a student in year 2 pursuing Bachelor's of Public Administration and Resource Governance. Most of the first year students do call me Chief Fresher, but I am not. I'm in here. And I am much delighted to be in one of the association of the mentors and also LEM. The mentors, we provide all kinds of necessary support, giving guidance to the first years, whole students around. Issues which are concerned with the education and everything, knowing different offices within Kyambogo. Here, we are the very people that you're supposed to consult. In case of any portal where you're not understanding well, in like the issues of enrollment, issues of registration, please feel free to call any mentor. Approach us. We are flexible and we are accessible at any time. We are ready to serve because we have actually accepted to help students, because that is only what we can do for the university to appreciate them. So if you're there with any issues, please raise it up. Don't be silent. Then on the issues of the LEM, when we are talking about mental health, people have negative perceptions about like only people who are mentally perturbed and the rest of it. Yet the issues of tuition may be there, the issues of the rent, the hostel and the rest of it, even academics. Please feel free, ask. Don't be silent. If you're to be silent, you will die with your issues inside you. Please talk. Say, this is like this. Automatically, you'll be in position to help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you've not done a disservice to LEM, because I wanted also to invite LEM. But, okay, the LEM team join, kindly. LEM team join. This is LEM, love, empathy, and mindfulness. Okay, that is LEM. Also, you have about 1 minute to tell us what you do and to welcome these people to the Open Counseling Day.
All right, thank you. Rebecca Pius. A member of LEM Association, as they have earlier mentioned. LEM stands for Love, Empathy, and Mindfulness. LEM is an association that advocates for mental health, and I, as a member, am a mental health advocate. So basically, what I do, or what we do, is to advocate for mental health, and we do that by, we don't give professional assistance, but we do direct people to people that provide professional assistance, and those are the counselors and the counselors at the guidance and counseling unit. So in case you are there and you are stranded with any issue, most of pertaining mental health, we are here for you. We can direct you to the people that can help you very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lem. Let us clap for these people. Actually, we don't pay these people to do that work. We don't pay mentors, we don't pay Lem, we don't pay Churi, but these people do the work voluntarily. Thank you so much, mentors. We also have some organizations that have worked so hard to see that the students recognizes the best of life while at the university. We have Sauti. Do you have members from Sauti? Sauti? Oh, just kindly greet us in 1 minute and tell us what you do. You can use 2.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Okay. I am Nanyonja Sylvia. I'm a counselor at Sauti 116. Sauti 116 is a toll-free number. The number is 116. It was put in place by Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. And what we do, we respond to cases of gender-based violence, violence against children, and mental health. So if you were there, you can call us. We work 24/7. The number is free of charge. You can call us and share information. If you see any child being abused, you can call us. If you're going through a situation and it is challenging for you, you can always call us. We do counseling, we do telecounseling. And if the issue is complicated, we refer you to where you can get the services. If you see a child being abused, you can call us and give us that information. If you're in a relationship and you're having challenges, let's say you're having misunderstandings with your partner, you can call us. We listen to you and we work with you to go through that situation, or we give you information that will help you make a better decision. So we are available. We are in Chireka. That is where we sit. But we work with everyone because the call center is a national call center. We receive calls from all parts of the country. As long as you're in Uganda, the number is there for you. We also have your report. You can send us a message on 8500 and you share your information. We also have birthday. You can chat with us. You can download our Self-Pal app and you chat with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sauti. Let us clap for Sauti. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. We also have safe places. Sauti, you've said you listen and you don't judge, right? They listen but they don't judge. Hallelujah. Can go somewhere there. These safe places. Safe places.
Morning, everyone, once again. Sorry, my name is Angela Lawino. I work with Safe Places Uganda. That's a private mental health treatment center. So we offer mental health services from the point of early interventions that could be psychoeducation, whether it's in schools, communities. Then we go on to offer outpatient services, so individual therapy, family therapy, marriage therapy, psychiatric support, addiction counseling. We also have an inpatient center. Our outpatient center is located in Kyambogo, right on the lower estate, right on the fence on the other side. Then our inpatient center is located in Bujuko along Kampala Mitiana, where we do addiction rehabilitation and then psychiatric admissions for people with psychiatric illnesses. Thank you very much, and yes, happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Safe Life, for making the world a safe place for us to live in. Thank you. Let us clap for Safe Life. Hey. You see, some of these people are not paid to do the work, so the least we can do for them when we have an opportunity to meet them is at least to appreciate them. Hallelujah. Yes, and lastly we shall end with Mind Life. Mind Life. Oh.
Greetings everyone. My name is Kawekwa Douglas. I'm a structure engineer and the founder of Mind Life. We are addressing mental health stigma and access to professional mental health services using technology. So Mind Life is a web and mobile application that you create an account, talk to a professional therapist at any time from wherever you are. So we're working with learning institutions, universities and schools, but also the corporate. We're working with Mackay University, our partner, as well as with the Uganda Prison Service and Case Hospital for now. And we're looking forward to working with Kyambogo University too. Thank you. I'm at the table outside there, so I hope we can have a further one-on-one dialogue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, we are picking up. Thank you so much. That is Mind Life. DJ. If you have some music, if you don't have, it is okay, we can continue. We have Butabika Hospital. I feel it will be a disservice if Butabika Hospital, a team from Butabika Hospital is not given an opportunity. I saw Butabika Hospital around, but if they are not around, then the DJ can give us food for our ears.
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows, only time? And who can say if your love grows as your
Okay, thank you so much, DJ, for that beautiful piece of music. Let us also now have an opportunity to listen from the team from Butabika Hospital. Butabika Hospital, you're most welcome. You can come and greet these people and tell them what you do.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, my brothers and sisters. You are most welcome. I want to take first this opportunity to thank Kyambogo University for taking a lead in enhancing the mental health and the psychosocial support of the learners and also the entire community. Thank you very much. May God bless you so much for the enduring work you are doing in this space, for contributing the mental health well-being, the academic well-being, the social well-being of the students. And that is one of the reasons as to why we are here once again. Thank you very much indeed for the work you are doing. I want to take this opportunity also to welcome our president of the Uganda Counseling Association. Thank you very much, and all the board members. You can all join Uganda Counseling Association. It is the nationwide body that takes all counselors, counseling psychologists, and all other practitioners in the field of mental health. You can join us. Mr. Mbogo of the Convocation Center, happy to see you. Allow me just to use 1 minute to speak about Butabika National Mental Referral Hospital. I'm Sengoba Yunus. I've just graduated last year in the bachelor's degree in guidance and counseling. I started as an intern and also a volunteer, and now as a locum counselor at Butabika National Mental Referral Hospital. So we give a number of mental health related services, handling a wide spectrum of mental health disorders. So it has professionals, and it is here in Inakawa, Butabika. So you have mental health challenges right away from our communities, our families, with drugs and substances, depression, bipolar, many other mental health disorders. So Butabika National Mental Health Referral Hospital is there with quality professional mental health related services for us all. I'm also representing the Consortium for Counseling Uganda. I started it in my 3rd year here at Kyambogo University. I started it with engaging my fellow classmates in counseling and guidance. So we started a community-based mental health organization called Consortium for Counseling Uganda. We move out in communities, we engage with the schools, we partner with other organizations, basically providing counseling and guidance in addressing mental health and psychosocial challenges. So you are there, you want such services, you can come and reach out to me. I'm also a board member of the African Suicide Prevention Association. So this is an association that is driving impactful programs tailored on preventing suicide. My brothers and sisters, suicide is a mental health condition, and it can happen to anyone. So we can be a social support to our colleagues. So you see someone who is going through a lot of emotional and other challenges around their lives. So we can be that immediate support to them, that they can seek help from the counselors. Here at Kyambogo we have the counseling unit. We have the different mental health organizations that have been mentioned, the REM, Chuli, and also being there for them as they are struggling. So together we can prevent suicide from happening. So we can be a support into this field. So thank you very much for this aspect you've given to me. Madam Flavia, you are most welcome. Mr. Freeman, you are most welcome. And all of us here, dear students. So I want to conclude by saying, let's focus indeed on improving our mental health and well-being. It will help us to thrive and achieve our academic goals that we came to get. A lot we are passing through. When I was a Minister of Academics and Professional Affairs, I realized that a number of students are going through a number of mental health challenges. Drugs and substances, we have distress, we have depression, we have financial constraints from home, we have peer pressures, we have a lot as students we are passing through. So we can reach out to our religious affiliations, the mosques, the churches, the counseling unit, the students' leaders, to help us find solutions on how we can address those challenges we are passing through in different areas of life. So I encourage you, my dear brothers and sisters, still ongoing their studies. I wish you success in your studies. And I encourage you always to seek for mental health and psychosocial support. Services are available, so reach out for support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tawika Hospital representative, for that wonderful insight. I want to welcome a team from Kyambogo University Medical Center to also tell us what they do daily and what they have for us today in 1 minute.
I don't know whether it is afternoon. Morning, colleagues. My name is Saturday Enos Kure. I work with the Kyambogo University Medical Center, stationed at, I work with the Kyambogo University, stationed at the medical center. We do several tests. At the moment, we are doing testing and counseling. As a colleague from here said it, we need this. At least, though it happens maybe once in a year, but we need it, every time. One, as we do this testing, I know I work in the lab. I know I always take survey. Please, come one, come all. The prevalence has gone high, critical person, but as I talk, the survey, HIV has again gone high. The prevalence is high again, especially in the central region and some southwestern regions. So, please, I know, being at the university, we offer quality services. Recently, we took a survey around of Banda. I found out there is a lot of quackery. There are clinics doing HIV and counseling, and we discover that they give a lot of false negative results. You go out thinking you're negative, but when you are spreading the virus actively and severely, and this is happening. But when you come to the medical center, where we offer this quality, we shall always rule you out. Please, you need counseling. I repeat this. After testing positive, there is a tree where you go and cry bitterly. At one time, we give you counseling. It may not be enough, but for today, get it to know from me. It is so essential. It is so essential. One, we are moving, but when the mind is sick, you are sick and you can be dead. We get it right. When the mind is sick, you are sick. The whole body. The brain is the engine of everything. Once it is sick, it is sick. So, having such an, but when you are talked to, trust me, you will heal. You will heal. I'm a scientist. I believe in God. God can heal, but when the mind is healed. Because when the mind is healed, through counseling, through guidance and counseling, remember you will build your own immune system that will battle the infection you have. Are we all together? We as hepatitis B, it is still on the rise. Of recent, I don't want to mention the day, but when I went to one of the university, somewhere, I will not mention in question, over 302 students who tested, 72 had the infection. And it is now a sexual route. Come and test. We always forget that. We always embark on HIV. Come and test. Please come and test. I know education comprises students and possibly working class. But when you can access students, come and test. We shall always offer you that quality service, and we shall not always, fall out your results. We have a motto. Though I work in the lab, but this is my motto. Medicine is medicine with evidence, which evidence is found in the lab. So you have to first test for you to qualify for, because it is diagnostic. That's what I can mention. Please, I have nothing to tell you, and this is to me, this is from me to you. Have a healthy mind, and the healthy mind will be attained through guidance and counseling. Okay? May God bless you. I have nothing. Science depends on facts. That's why I'm mentioning facts. All together. Without forgetting, please, we have two responders, none and, slow and quick responders. Slow responders, these are people who can spread HIV. You go and test with a person, he tests negative. But when he is affecting, then quick responders, these are people who can show HIV antibodies within 3 weeks to 3 months. So you will not know when you have not tested. I'm not scaring you. I'm not scaring you, but do it. Life is precious when you have it. But when you lay it off to have a diseased mind, life is milk, where you cannot grab at any one point. I'm sorry if there is anyone I've hurt. However, that is the reality. It is good to speak the truth, but I think I have spoken it in the time when it is needed. This is a congregation that needs me and needs your health. Period. May God bless you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much. A healthy mind in a healthy body. Kindly go for that testing and know your status. You have talked about hepatitis B and then HIV AIDS. Please go and test and know your stand. We have our saviors here. It is a team from the Uganda Blood Donation Blood Bank. Please, you're most welcome. Tell us what you do and what you specifically have for us today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Edith Kembabazi. I'm a nurse, I'm a social worker, and I'm a counselor. Blessed to be here today and to share with you briefly about blood. There's a little presentation we're going to have. And of course, we always look at blood as a gift of life. And that's what it is. We have been gifted to have it. And then we can always leave it. And we can also transfer the gift and give it out to every other person who might be in need. I think I'm audible enough. Thank you. Blood donation is an exercise we do daily. And as he has introduced, we are Uganda Blood Transfusion Service, an entity within the Ministry of Health. And we are tasked to make blood available for Ugandans who are in need of it, especially to mothers who may lose a lot of blood during childbirth, babies with sickle cell, cancer patients. You're hearing too much of kidney failure. And when those people are being taken for dialysis, we must be in, they must be given blood so as to go through the procedure successfully. So this blood bank was made, as I've already explained, and our vision is the effective, efficiency, and sustainable blood transfusion service in Uganda. And of course, we have already gone through. And we look at the core values as professionalism, altruism, accountable, and excellence. And I think that's what we are representing. I don't know where I'm supposed to point it, this side or this side. Is it responding? I think you can do it here. It's not making any difference. Oh, maybe I went far. Yeah. So Uganda Blood Transfusion Service is not only what you're seeing here, but we are littered around the country. We have the regional blood banks, as you're seeing it, with a dot of blood, complete field, and then we have collection center. So our services are across the country, and you can always meet us. You can always save a life. Regardless of the fact that you're here, you're hearing for any part of the country, your patients will always get blood from wherever they are because the services are across the country. So when we look at blood, we look at it as a specialized body fluid that does the body transport system, transporting the nutrients from here to there, the medications that we take when we're not feeling fine, and every other transport within the body system. The oxygen that we are breathing in is supposed to be settling in the lungs, but it crosses to blood to be transported and keep the whole body safe. And this blood has different blood groups. The blood groups we have A, we have B, we have AB, and we have O. We may not go to details of that in interest of time, but as you come into our tent, we'll be able to go further into that, and then you get to know what it is. And at one time when we come into transfusion, you'll find that somebody with blood group A cannot take B because simply the blood group A has a body B. And then O, which is neutral, can be given to every other person, and they can really take it and remain fine. So if you look at the blood group distribution within the country, with the previous research which was done a few years back. Okay. It's okay. So this slide shows us that the distribution, the people group A are many, at least at 24%, 0.6, B 20.7, AB at 4.4%, and O are many. I think God did a miracle for us simply because O can be given to everybody.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're going to continue when our chief guest and the guest of honor have settled. Members, let us welcome our guest of honor, who is the Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Erika Tongoka-Rakishaya. We can stand up and welcome our guest of honor. And at the same time, let us welcome our guest speaker, Doctor, you're most welcome. We also welcome our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance and Administration, Prof, you're most welcome. Before they take their seats, we shall have the anthems, then opening prayer, and then we shall take our seats and we continue with our presentation, continue with the program. Hey, you are going to lead us. I know you are very good, but the DJs are going to help you. DJ?
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Kyambogo University, what a mighty center. forth to provide the skills to the young and the old in education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent. The pillars that you made us strong and firm on the stone, so vast, so focused in all that they do. The grace and understanding, your thoughts remain so distinct. Your vision show your marvel to us and tomorrow. Kyambogo University, we are proud of you for the mission straight, for the vision so bright, and we give forth to provide the skills to the young and the old in education, science and other fields, beyond the scope prevalent.
Thank you so much. Let me invite the University Imam to lead us in a prayer. Imam, you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Let us have this prayer. All praise is due to Almighty God, the merciful, the master of the day of judgment. O God, we come before you today with gratitude and humility, seeking your guidance, wisdom, and blessings as we gather for the fourth counseling opening day here at Kyambogo University. We thank you for the gift of life, for our university, and for Kyambogo University Guidance and Counseling Unit and its partners. We thank you for the opportunity to come together as a community and for the chance to promote mental wellness and support one another. As we focus on the theme, thriving amidst challenges, fostering mental wellness in university life, we ask that you grant us the courage to face our challenges head on, the resilience to overcome them, and the wisdom to seek help when needed. We pray for the students, staff, speakers, panelists, facilitators, and all participants in this event. May they find comfort, support, and guidance as they navigate the obstacles of university life. May this event be a catalyst for both positive change, promoting a culture of mental wellness, empathy, and support within our university community and beyond. Oh God, accept our prayer. Amen.
Amen. We can take our seats. Thank you so much, our Imam, for that prayer. We can have Uganda Blood Bank complete your presentation and then we continue with the program.
Thank you so much once again.
Sorry for the interruption.
Our guest of honor, it was important because it's also good for them to know that these mighty students they are seeing amidst us have participated and have kept blood bank moving. Otherwise, we can't exist without people who are donating blood. We'll just be a structure and staff members who don't have any work to do. Thank you so much. I think we can proceed to the next page. Thank you once again. So we are looking at the distribution of blood groups within Uganda. And I think we are done with that page where we looked at O, blood group O, having the biggest percentage of 50.3. And I was looking at it as a miracle given to us by God because O can be given to every person who needs blood. And when you look at it, within the blood groups, then we have types. The types we have what we may call negative or what we may call positive. So that makes a difference. We call it the rhesus factor, the ones that brings a difference. So if you look at our screen well, you look at the rhesus factor positive, the red blood cell that you're seeing within, the red blood cell has some additives or the protein membranes were attached. So the negative doesn't have anything like that. So that again creates a difference when we are at the point of transfusion. It means that the person with blood group O negative cannot receive O positive because the blood cell looks different and it will be treated as a foreign body into that person's body, and then there will be too much struggle, and then we'll say hemolysis, and we can easily lose life. So it's important that we also get to know that. And again, to my fellow ladies in the house, if you haven't gotten a partner, it is important we also know that before we go further, because at point of childbirth, it may be a prerequisite that you either, if you're O negative, a lady, because you're now carrying something which might be either positive or negative. In case it was positive, unknowingly, it has now come out, there's a possibility that blood might mix. And then the body of the lady will form resistance. And then we'll say rhesus incompatibility. And other pregnancies may be lost or may not be carried to term. So it's important we also get to know about that. And this shows us the person who can receive particular blood. If the one is rhesus positive or negative, they can also donate to the recipient who's down receiving blood. And the other side, as has already been explained. Why blood is needed? Of course, we've talked about it earlier as a transport system of the body, transporting the oxygen, transporting the minerals, transporting the nutrients and every other thing. That's why we eat, and food's supposed to sit in the stomach, but you find the head is growing big, the hair is growing, the legs are growing, because blood is there to convey that. So it's very important for us to come in and support the people who are in hospital. And for the blood groups, we have already seen the other side where they can be given. The blood group O, you can see following the line, they can give everybody, as we have already talked. A can give A and AB, as well as B can give only B and AB. Much as O will receive from only O, as we saw from the previous slide. The significance of blood donation. One donation can save a life, and we have always known that. And to people who have always participated, you know it, because I believe with this magnitude, we must be having clients who have received blood, and thanks be to God, you're here to witness this. So as well, blood is not manufactured anywhere. It is within us to take a step and save our fellow countrymen who are lying in hospitals, to those who are involved in accident, to those who are about to get involved in accident, to mothers who are giving birth and may lose a lot of blood, to our babies who are suffering from malaria. You know it as a bigger killer in Uganda. We have already talked about the cancer patients. We've talked about the people with kidney failure who are being put on dialysis because there is much blood transferred from their body to the dialysis machine. As it cleans it up, the person must be sustained with the blood serving the normal function. So we must increase on the volume to make sure the person stands. So otherwise, we would have lost many if blood bank wasn't in existence. So, hello? Hello? Thank you. I think thank you. Hello once again. Yeah, so we've looked at the values to save life. We are supporting patients with those chronic illnesses. We've talked about them already. We have enhanced the community health. When we talk about community health, I'm happy somebody from Botabika gave us a good presentation about the health of an individual. So when we talk about community health, if we're having people in the community who are not okay because simply they had short blood or less blood, they are in hospital. So there is less productivity at the end point of production, rather the beginning point of the production in the community. We are moving to check on the patient. We are visiting them in hospital. Things lose a lot of time, and we are all not okay because our colleague is not okay. So once we give blood and make sure it's available, our people will be okay and will be happy to have them at all times. It also fosters a sense of community and solidarity. We are now gathered here for collecting blood. Much as you're here, we're getting to know each other. You'll be free to interact with us, and we get to know each other further as we move on in this. It will also help in those disaster responses. When we heard of the bomb blasts, when we hear a bus has collided with another bus, people are in hospital and are in need of our help, that's where we come in as blood bank to make sure everybody gets a service. Then the health benefits, we have already talked about all that. I think we can continue. And when we collect this blood, some people in advanced countries can either collect only whole blood, some may only donate platelets, and some may donate only plasma. But in Uganda, we are still at correction of whole blood. So we have different bags that we are using in the service. We may do a single bag for whole blood, and the other bag that is attached to many is the one that we are going to use to get those other products, because we also need them for transfusion. Then the process is registration as usual. I think we'll find the process outside when we come out, but all we look at is assessing. Now the mental state, Butabik has already assessed you. It means that we're shortening the time that you're going to be with us. The blood pressure check, the pulse, respiration, temperature, to make sure the person is doing fine. That's the importance of going through all that. And after that, we go to the bed and then we take off blood. And when blood is taken, like that person is lying on the bed, is already giving blood. After it has been taken, I want to rush there. It's being taken off from that person. Now, when we're done with the procedure, the client who has given us blood is given a refreshment, like you're seeing the gentleman, and we always advise you to keep there for a short period of time to relax. And as you move out, we say that in case of anything, in case you not feel easy or you're not as usual, let us know so that we look at how best to advise you and to help you to keep at normal. We know there are many misconceptions about blood donation. They are there, the questions you have. We are not going through them now because you have them burning in your mind. You'll come out, share with us. We have trained counselors. We are there equipped to handle you and make sure everything is settled and you get the right information that you're supposed to pass on to your colleague and to encourage them to come and donate blood, because we have already highlighted the people who are in need of blood. We've already looked at blood involving the organizing blood drive. That is the importance of having communities. And now when you look at Kyambogo community, we look at your participation and your input. We are now increasing awareness because we are getting the information that we never had. We are here to build trust, telling you exactly what blood is taken for. We are supporting the local health needs by giving them blood in their hospitals. And we are recognizing donors by giving some awards sometimes when they are available. Then we also have some education materials. We have social media campaigns sometimes to make blood available. And then we have interactive programs. Like now we're going to have outside. You'll be interacting with us in case of anything that you think hasn't been talked about. I'm just rushing to make sure we give this a short time and we attend to other things. And this is the season to give hope to our people who need blood. We are calling upon you. We are appealing to you to participate. We have already known that we take blood from people 17 years of age and above. And I think in this community and this gathering, I may not ask about the age. Maybe we may use the cut-off age, which is 65 years. And I believe 1 or 2 might be the one who will be exempted. But the rest, if we are feeling fine, it's our responsibility to make blood available. Blood bank has already come in place. Thanks be to God, we are there, and we are there to interact with you and help you out. Maybe if we have to define the hope that the person is lacking in hospital, it's just when somebody feels that there is light despite the darkness within that tunnel. And after blood has been taken, we're just going through very fast. The upper slide, the upper portion of the slide is the blood that is being collected. We put it outside to settle from the body temperature until we subject it to coldness in our cool box, as seeing it. And after it has been taken, we prepare it to make the components or the blood products that we've talked about. I told you some other people do whole blood, some do plasma, some do platelets. And that's what they donate according to the specialty in their countries. But in Uganda, we still take the whole blood, and after that, we process it from here. Yeah. So that is one of the product that is done. That is fresh frozen plasma that we're going to make out of that, which is also given to particular patients who may be losing fluid in the body, especially foreign burns. Blood is already prepared. Now it's in the fridge waiting for dispatch. So whoever comes in as a hospital will receive blood, which was collected as whole unit. It has now been used in 2 different components that you're seeing. We have the packed cells, we have the plasma, and we have platelets. Otherwise, these are our babies who are getting blood, being transfused. That's a mother being transfused pregnant, as you see. This is a person going through surgery, you're seeing it, and they really need blood, they need our participation. So our participation is very vital. Please, we appeal to you to be cool and donate blood. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Blood Bank. A mock hand clap for the blood bank. Thank you so very much. She has told us there is no supermarket for blood, so kindly go and donate blood so that we can save life. Now that we have the house fully constituted, allow me to welcome and recognize the arrival of our panelists. We have Mr. Kyambogo Kenneth, who is the chairperson. Mr. Kyambogo, you can stand up for recognition. He's the chairperson convocation and is our panelist today. We have Dr. Nachimuli Agnes, who is the Deputy Dean of Students and is a panelist for today. Let us welcome Dr. Agnes. We have Dr. Nakalema Faith, who is a counseling psychologist working with Uganda Counseling Association. You're most welcome. And lastly, we have our panelist for today. We have Mrs. Okello Elizabeth, who is the president of the Uganda Counseling Association. She has stepped out. We have our moderator for today, Mr. Guitar Emmanuel. You're most welcome. Mr. Guitar, stand up for recognition. Mr. Guitar is the head of public relations, Uganda Counseling Association. At this point of time, allow me to welcome the Dean of Students, who will give welcoming remarks. Madam Dean, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. My name is Agnes Nachimuli Mukalu. I'm the Deputy Dean of Students, standing in for the Dean of Students, who will join us later. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance and Administration, Professor Justus Kwetegeka, University Baz Akasirie Bukulu, the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Mugisha, the Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Hafsa, the President of the Uganda Counseling Association, Mrs. Okello Elizabeth, our University Imam, convocation, Mr. Kyambogo Kenneth, fellow staff, our students, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. I take this chance to welcome professional excellence in general and in particular to the Students' Affairs and Welfare Department, which houses the Guidance and Counseling Unit, which is in charge of this open day we are to celebrate today. Our department, that is the Students' Affairs and Welfare Department, is committed to ensure support to our students in all ways, including academic support, personal, and then their physical support in the university. And we do all this to ensure that they achieve their aim of coming to the university. Not only education, not only academic, but other spheres. This department is specifically handling students' life outside the class. So we support them outside the class so that they achieve what they can produce. For instance, we have the Guidance and Counseling Unit. Members of this group, can you stand up for recognition? We have the student mentors. Can we stand up for recognition? We have the jury. We have LEM. And we have all the staff of the Students' Affairs and Welfare Department. So our major role is to support students outside the classroom. So this is our 4th counseling day, and such an event happens annually with the major aim of enhancing our students, staff, and the community's emotional, psychological, and social well-being. And this year's theme is Thriving Amidst Challenges, Fostering Mental Wellness in the University. As speaking to this theme and the event. So we have involved a number of groups to support us in achieving our aims and goals, that is supporting the students in all ways. And therefore, among these groups that we have invited to join us to support students include the Uganda Counseling Association. Uganda Counseling Association, can we have people who are representing it? You're welcome. We have safe places outside in the tent. We have the Uganda Blood Bank. I think the leader has been here. Okay. You're welcome. We have Sauti Uganda. We have Mind Life Limited. We have sister institutions, Makerere University Business School. You are welcome. We have Busitema University. You are welcome. We have our immediate neighbors, Kyambogo College School. Kyambogo College School. You are welcome. We have Nabisunsa Girls School. You are welcome, ladies. We have Stanbic Bank, Uganda, Kyambogo University branch. Stanbic Bank outside in the tent. Butabika Hospital. And on top of that, we have Kyambogo University Medical Center. There is Uganda People's Defense Forces still outside. There is Lottery Uganda. I'm told there is also Lottery Uganda. And we are all here for one purpose, to support students in all areas, especially outside the classroom. And everything we do supports their achievement of their academic achievements. With that, I think I've mentioned everyone. I've mentioned all our partners here. I once again welcome you to Kyambogo University and wish you fruitful deliberations in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dean of Students, for welcoming us to this place. At this point of time, we are honored. The Commissioner for Mental Health and Control of Substance Abuse Division, Ministry of Health, Dr. Hafsa Lukwa.
Specifically, the Vice Chancellor in here. Good morning. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon already? Oh, good afternoon, all of you. For me, I'm very, very excited to be here. This is not my first time to be here, but for such a thing, like you pulled out mental health, you're the ones now calling us. The last time I came in here, it was our mental health day, which we chose to celebrate here, and we requested for permission, which they gave us. But now this time, you've invited us to be with you. I am so happy and very, very happy that the university is putting mental health at another level. Please, let's thank the administration and whoever is responsible for this, because it is something that is very important. So yeah, I've been told that that is our theme for this year. Yes, we have lots of challenges, as we know, and certainly we need to really thrive. It's not only manage, but to thrive. When you thrive, it's a little more than just managing. And those are my names, and I'm very happy to be here. So basically, what is mental health? I know I'm perhaps talking to the already converted, but I've seen some young people who may, I don't know what their portfolio is, but they may not easily know. I am not going to go into that very scientific definition of mental health because it is there, but I'm going to give you one that makes sense to you, that we all can easily understand. Mental health includes our emotions, how we feel, happy, sad, moody, our psychological and social well-being. And when we talk about well-being, that one is also another wide area. I could explain a little more. But it is basically how you relate, how do you feel, how do you think, your thoughts, your actions are all governed by your mental state. Whatever you're feeling up here is what will enable you to either cope with life, stresses. It will be the one to help you to relate with others. Did you know that someone can greet you and you do not want to answer them? Or you say fine and it is fine just because it's the word fine? You understand what I'm saying? So relating with others depends on how you're feeling inside there mentally. It is something we don't see, but its actions come out. We portray what we feel inside us. And it also helps us to make choices. Many times when you are annoyed, you can take a terrible decision, not so? And sometimes even when you're excessively happy, you can also take a certain decision. So it is, again, you know, these are emotions now. That is our mental health. Many times they tell us, do not take a decision when you're so angry, and do not take a decision when you're so excited. So when those things are said, they are relating to your mental health. They are saying, maybe that time you're not well mentally, you cannot take a good decision. So basically, I hope we get a mini understanding of mental health. And I just want to say that it is very important and it affects us in different ways. For instance, it affects us in different ways. And at every stage, a child, you may not know, but a baby has their mental health. They will know whom to be happy with. They know the kind of things that will make them happy, you know, and those that don't make them happy. So everyone, and remember we are talking about emotions. So at every stage of life, we all have our mental health, which needs to be nurtured well. The other thing that I can talk generally about mental health is that it is lived on a spectrum. When I say living on a spectrum, it means that there is someone managing my computer? Okay. Yeah, it just means that there's a limit. There's a state where it is like you're mentally ill, and another state where you're 100% very well. But many times we are not 100% well, meaning that we live in between there. Meaning sometimes you can be sad, you have woken up on a sad note, or certain things have happened naturally. But that doesn't mean you're on the other side. That doesn't mean you're mentally ill, that you need care. No, you're not okay mentally. And I think we need to come out of this way of when someone tells you, greets you, how are you? And then you say, I am fine, as if you're fine. I mean, it's a generic thing. Sometimes you're not fine. So we should be able to express ourselves mentally and say, maybe not very well, or I'll be fine, I'm not very, you'd like to have another way of saying, so that we don't all the time say, I am fine, because it is not true that we are fine all the time. So what I'm saying, mental health is lived on a spectrum. You can be at different levels. And those are some of the words that people said, that we are all mentally ill. It is only the degree that varies. That is not true. We are all mentally well. It is just the degree that varies. Do you understand? From the explanation that I've given you, it is just the degree that varies about our mental health. Next slide. So why do we talk about mental health? Why are we making so much noise around mental health? I don't know whether I'm the one controlling my computer or someone else. I wanted to control it here. It's well. So why mental health? Just like I already said, mental health is what will help us to cope with the stresses of life, because every day we have stresses differently. Your neighbor may make a lot of noise. There are certain things we have control over and those that we don't. And somehow they will each stress us in different ways. So in order to cope with the stresses of life, we need our mental health. In order to be physically healthy, we need our mental health. Did you know that your physical health is related to your mental health? You can, when you're not well, you will not be able to do certain things right. When you're sad, you cannot walk and jump around, can you? So in order to be physically healthy, you need to be mentally healthy. And if you, for those of you who know the definition of health, it has a mental aspect of it. If you're not mentally well, then you're not healthy. It will be the one that helps us to have good relationships. I've already talked through this. So in order to have meaningful friends, meaningful relationships, we need to have good mental health. Many times we have friends, but for bad friends. Yes, some people are bad friends. They cannot keep a friendship. They cannot keep the principles of friendship with them. That said, however, there's just a lot more into learn differently about mental health, that you've learned about mental health. So these are some of the things that will help you to appreciate your mental health. If you have a good relationship, or if you feel you're not having, you're not making your relationship very well, you just know that maybe there's something not okay with me mentally. There's this last part of being productive. Many times we are not productive. Or we can be, but we are not. There are those words, presentism, absenteeism. But what we usually miss, or what is very common, and sometimes we miss it, is the presentism. Many times we come to work, but you're not there. Did you know that? Someone just moves around. And I remember one time Sema Timba brought it out very well. He said, like, being present means, okay, doesn't mean, but he brought an analogy, which when you can, switch on your car engine, and then it starts doing zoom, zoom, boom, 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 zoom, boom. But the car is in the same place. The engine is on, but the car is not moving. So that is presentism. Many times we come, you say, hey, I'm here. Then you go maybe to the toilet, maybe you go to the canteen, maybe you're just around looking at your books or not doing anything. Of course, you're not mentally well. There's something not okay, and you need to check on that. So, but in order to be productive, you need your mental health to be with you. And basically, and most importantly, to realize your full potential. Most of us have been, I think it's a culture, we've been nurtured not to know what our potential is. You do not know whether you're a good runner. You don't know whether you're a good speaker. You do not know you don't even know what you're good at or what you can do without a lot of effort. Most of us, if I asked someone here, I think we'll hear some stammers saying, what? Those things, that is about your mental health. Someone who is very assertive and they know what they want and they know how to do whatever they can do properly and happily and effectively. That is someone having their good mental health. And it is your mental health which will help you to get to that point. And of course, these are some of the things that we need in school while you're in this university. You should know why you're here. You should know what you're capable of doing. You're doing those no, it's not the combination thing. You're doing your courses here. But you can do, so I might be better in industrial chemistry than I am in this other one. And you put it out. And let's see the 70s and 80s coming out because you're feeling your full potential. So how can we improve? I've told you that we live our mental health on a spectrum. We are not all the time 100%, but many times we can, try to be. So how do we do it? Like, in case you're having issues. I'm sorry I'm putting everything there, but let me speak through it a little faster. I think every stage, for all those things that are in there, we're going to go into a little detail. Not a lot of it, but a little detail. I hope you're noting down these things. I know we are living in a digital era. I want you to go and even read further about some of these things that I've told you, but I'm just opening up your minds on things that you can try to do to improve on your mental health so that you can thrive amidst the challenges that we are living with. One thing is staying positive. The other thing is practicing gratitude. I've heard the Imam, when he was praying, he was thanking for the gift of life. Many times we ignore that. We take that for granted. yet it is something very important. You need to take care of your physical health. Your physical health is related with your mental health. Then you need to connect with others. We need to develop a sense of meaning and purpose. We need to develop coping skills and, and some relaxation techniques. So I'm going to go into a little detail of everything, but just to help us to think through. To help ourselves to all the time be on the positive side of mental health. So how do we stay positive? We are saying that you need to find a balance between your emotions. Many times we have emotions. Many times you say that, I hate that person. I didn't. But then you could ask yourself, but what did that person do to me? Why would I not like them? Or even if they did something terrible, why would I not forgive them so that I can live happily? Did you know that when you have negative thoughts, you can have pain? You hate someone, you don't like someone, you have certain things that are not going on well on your side, but the other person is happy, they don't even know. And many times we don't even see it. So you may know with the you're killing yourself, you're bringing negative energy to yourself, and yet others are really okay. So, but even sometimes you're just so worried about certain things. Most of you who are here, like in boarding school, you don't know what is happening at home. You're there thinking, Oba, have they eaten? Oba, is mommy okay? Oba, is my sister doing what? For goodness sake, what will you do, even if they were not okay? You're here. So the only thing you can do is to call. Call and they say, and then they tell you, I'm okay. But before you called, you were so worried about things. Control. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Yes, so you need to have a balance. And these negative things really usually affect us badly. They put us down. They bring on those negative, what can I say, those hormones. I don't want to call them hormones because they're not hormones. But those things within our bodies that affect us negatively. And then the positive things, we are saying you should not be too much over there because it also affects you negatively. Affects your mental health. So you need to have a balance. When things happen very well, you say, Ameen, Alhamdulillah. That's what we say in Islam. But for you guys, you could say, oh yes, I'm happy, God is good, There are all those things that you can be happy or positive about. Then try to hold on to the positive emotions when you have them. Yes, like when you're happy, please be happy. When you're sad, it is okay to be sad and not to be happy, but make sure you come out of that sadness. Avoid negative information. Sorry, am I there? Like, avoid negative information, that is very important, like excessive news or social media. Remember during COVID, you know what happens. It's the one that caused a lot of our unease during COVID. We are listening to a lot of news and other baby bozy, those bad things most of the time. And I don't know whether you have it here, but in some schools they have this breaking news. They even have a board somewhere, breaking news. And they all the time are talking about negative things. They never talk about, good positive things. So these are things we need to have a balance. Sometimes it can be just fun, but fun for one person may be pain for another. So it is very important that we have that balance. The other thing that I said we needed to do was practicing gratitude. That was our second thing to keep us mentally well. So when we practice gratitude, my computer is not moving, but yes, it has moved now. Okay, practicing gratitude, we need to express thankfulness. I already alluded to this. When the Imam was praying, he thanked for the gift of life, for the beautiful morning, for the beautiful day that the Lord has given. And I think the beauty about us Ugandans, we are very prayerful. So we know these things, but sometimes we do not get the meaning. We just talk about it. We thank God. But when you think through it practically and truthfully, you will get peace. You will find peace in what you're thanking God for the good things. Or any other person. Someone can give you a gift, someone can give you a good life, someone can give you good things. You do not only have to thank God, but we just need to be thankful, expressing thankfulness for the good things in your life. is very important. You will get your potential. You will be able to see many things that you are able to do. Sometimes we do certain things and say, I didn't know I could even do this. You walk into the Vice Chancellor's office and you manage to talk to them very well, and you come out and, you get what you want. And then you come out and say, thank God. But on top of that, you should know that now you're getting even to that potential. You're getting something. You can talk to someone, a big person, and get what you want. So all those things are connected, and they are very important to think about them very well. So again, yes, that is the reflecting on that, on why you're grateful. And many of our Zungus are doing it, by the way. They do it every night before they sleep. In fact, that's what they tell us to do. It is a way of making yourself sleep very well or better. If you sleep and say, oh God, today what has happened, I've been able to go through this, I've done my work very well, I've done da-da-da-da-da-da, you will sleep peacefully like a baby. But if you go there saying, now you see, this one didn't happen, this one abused me, you will wake up in just a few other minutes. You may fall asleep because you're tired, but a few minutes thereafter, you'll wake up and you'll start off from where you stopped, from the anger that you kept, from everything. But if you have the positive things, they will help you to sleep. So think about it. For those of you who are finding problems with sleeping, that is one way of getting a good sleep. And yeah, by the way, the Bazungus do it. They write a journal. They write it down. Monday, this happened. Tuesday, this happened. And then on Sunday, when they go for prayers, they are thanking God for all the good things that happened throughout the week, and they can count them on their hands. But some of us, like we know, you take things for granted. And somehow you leave it, and you don't even imagine. You'll always be complaining that God is bad. And yet there are so many good things that are out there. So the other thing was taking care of your physical health. We are saying there's no health without mental health. So being physically active, getting enough sleep, I've talked about this, and eating a healthy diet. I wanted to talk a little more about the sleep, because I think that's one of the biggest problems that we usually have. You've had advice where people are telling you that you should be able to sleep in that day. And when we say you sleep in that same day, it means that you need to sleep before midnight. And there's science behind that. We didn't know. We have different sleep patterns, of course. When you just sleep, you tend to sleep fully, and then later, as you continue to sleep, then you're having those waves of where you can easily wake up, you're easily, any kind of noise can make you be awake. And then there are times when you can even fail to even sleep again, later as it gets to like 5. Even if you wanted, for those of you who are used to waking up at 5 or 4, when that time comes, you cannot sleep, even if you forced yourself. Not so? Yeah, so there are those patterns. So we need to pay attention to that you need to learn to sleep in the same day. That is when there are so many things that are happening, we know. You know the liver, what it does, the most important organ in your body, one of the most important, the liver. It detoxifies. And it is during that time when everything is at peace that it detoxifies. Meaning that if you miss that moment, your liver will have missed out certain, for the ladies who are here, you wash your dishes. When you wash masavo, you see that when you empty your sink, that masavo things which remain there. That is, I'm giving an analogy of what would happen if your liver does not detoxify your body properly. It will leave a few things in there. Let's call them the toxins, because that's what it removes. Then you'll continue to have them, and So if you do not sleep in your time, that is the problem. So it is better to sleep early, if you catch this first part, it is so important for you. Then the rest can be worked out later. Oh, thank you. Then connecting with others, this is obvious. I cannot even mention it any further. You need to connect with family and friends. Some of you come here and you hide and get lost in your books. I don't know which bookworms they are, but please get time for your good, for your mental health. Get time to connect with others. A human being is a social creature. You cannot be alone. You can't. You can never walk alone, just like our colleagues in Liverpool. But anyway, get involved in your community and neighborhood. That is very important. I want to thank the colleagues who came in from outside, the Nabisonsas, the Kyambogo colleges, and so on. The neighbors who came in. This is something, whatever you're doing, you're improving on your mental health. You're seeing the value of other people. You're moving out to learn, to improve yourself, to get better. That is good mental health. Connecting with others, the networks, I cannot explain that any further. We know the usefulness of networks. You've seen a place where you just call and say, can someone help me? Do you know someone who can, lead me to this? Yes, it's a good thing. You feel good and fulfilling at the end of the day. So it is very important. And meaning of purpose, meaning and purpose, this is very, very important. Yes, like some of you are in your courses, but you do not know why you're even there. You're just reading to go through. We are for most professions that people don't seem to know why they even went to school. Bitter, someone is very rude, someone is not helpful at all. Or you construct, for those of you who are engineers, you construct things just like that. Then the following day things are falling, and then you wonder, was this activities that give you a sense of fulfillment and explore your values and passions? I don't know. I don't have enough time to go through all this. I'm seeing him getting closer to me. But yes, I'm about to finish, but let me say a little more about the values. All of us have values at home. We are brought up in families which say some of us are Christians, some of us are Muslims, and there are values in your, in your religion, but there are also values in your culture. For instance, the Bagandas do certain things or do not do certain things, and the same for all tribes and so on. So, but that is of the country. When you go and look at other people's culture, you say, "Oh my God, I'm so happy that I'm in Uganda. I'm so happy I'm in Uganda." When you see certain things being done in other places. So, and when I feel that, I feel, okay, I feel important. I could go up and my Zungus, our former people have told us to do, like we are a lesser of a race. And please never think about that. You are so important as a human being. And you should feel it. And you should do things that portray your importance. In that way, you will influence others. People will appreciate you. People will know who you are. So you need to know your values. So you need to know your values as a person, as a woman, as a man, as a Muslim, as a religious person, or as a Muganda or a Munyoro or a Mutoro somewhere. These things are very important. And when you get into other people's spaces, then you know how to get in. You should know that they also have their values. So you will learn to relate with other people when you pay attention to certain things on yourself. I hope I'm talking to people. Are we there? We need to have a sense of purpose. Or you're crying easily when you're told about certain things. And say, no, I cannot allow to be this. I am moving to the better step. We have all challenges. And there are certain things we can change. Serenity prayer. Anyone knows it? Off head? I wanted to write it down. God help me to do what? To know things that I've also gotten it. It's not on my head. Someone has it?
Give me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Give me the courage to change the things I can. And give me the wisdom to know the difference.
Okay, so have you heard it? Please, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. It is so important to know the difference between things that you can change and those that you cannot change. All the wars that are going around here, all the little misunderstandings that we have, they just lie in there. If someone fights for things they cannot even... People have fought with their parents as if they can change that this mother is the one who gave birth to the other. Or that your father, your stepmother is now in your father's home, and I think you may not be able to do much. Can you? And even as parents, sometimes we find our children showing us, you know, their lovers and so on, and then you say, no, this one, no, no. But many, you know, to nurture the child very well so that they know the values and so on, so that we do not get to that level. So kindly listen again to that serenity prayer. It is very important to understand it in order to improve our mental health. When you get a problem, you say, can I manage this really? Is it in my control? If yes, get it heads on. Not do other things. You can use other ways, alternative ways of finishing whatever problems. Anyway, and then the other thing is about flexibility and resilience. That is very important, still related with improving your mental health. Meditation. And I'm sure these guys who are here, the Auntie Win is here, are the ones who are teaching us these things, the psychologists. There's so much in there. There's a lot that they can do. They can teach us mindfulness, being in the place. Don't think about other things in future when you're not yet there, or clinging into the past and yet you're in the present. So the issue is around being in the present, and meditation, being thankful to God, being thankful for what you have, doing the things the right way and not just doing kwara kwara. Meditation, getting time off and being on the side and listening to your mind. What is my mind telling me? My mother usually tells me, she's a Muganda woman, she says, gwe tolina sengawo akubuulirira. Not my physical senga, senga wokumutima actually. She says senga wokumutima gwo. Meaning, I can't put it in, I can't translate it properly, but like there's that soft voice we all hear that tells us that what you're doing is not right. It's very important to get in touch with that inner person. It's very important to get in touch with that inner person of yours to get, you know, to have good mental health, to improve on whatever challenges you're going through, or even to prevent certain things from happening. If you're going to abuse someone thoroughly, no, think twice and say, but if I abuse this person, how will they feel? What will I gain? Is it good? Is it important? Is it worth it? If my mother talks to me, if my father talks to me, if my husband talks to me, I feel good and happy. And many people have their other things happy, but start taking intoxicants or alcohol. You put your happiness around that thing, that alcohol, such that there's nothing that can make you happy apart from that. And that's where you get the addiction. So when we are trying to treat you out of the addiction, one of the things we tell you to do is, please, what else makes you happy? What else can help you not to drink? Some people say, I go to a party maybe, or I'll go to this, or I'll eat a chocolate, or I'll do this. But someone who is an addict of an intoxicant like alcohol, they cannot even think about it. Wow. So, we are telling you when it starts, when you're still young, like you are, or those that are even younger, it is worse. That is why we are putting those ages of 21. When someone starts drinking at 21 or 20, whatever, no, if someone has not drunk by the age of 21, they are least likely to start drinking, or least likely to start using those substances. But unfortunately, these industries, they want to start you off when you're still young. And I'm telling you, the reason they are doing that is to make sure that their product is the one that is creating happiness, source of happiness to you. Do you understand that science? By that time you have other things that can bring happiness. So you're hooked on that substance. So please do not take these substances as an alternative to the challenges that you're going through. It is just disastrous. You're adding yourself other problems. So if there's anyone here who is taking any drug or any substance, please consider stopping it, because life is going to start to happen and you're going to become happy using other things. For those people, even a salary cannot make them happy. So I want to end here. I'm sorry, can I another 9 minutes? But I would like to appreciate you so much for having listened, and I am requesting that you take at least 1 or 2 things out of what I've told you today. I thank you, and I submit.
Thank you so much, Doctor. A big hand clap for Doctor. Indeed, Doctor, I believe these people have picked more than one or two, me inclusive. I want to welcome a team from Bugema University. We have a team from Bugema University. Thank you so much for coming. And we also have our friends that are following us online. Please keep watching. At this juncture, allow me to request the Deputy Vice Chancellor to invite for us our guest of honor, who is the Vice Chancellor. Professor, you're most welcome.
One thing I've learned is to be thankful. And for that matter, I would like to thank the organizers. I would like to thank the keynote speaker. And my duty is only one. I also thank you, the participants, and those who are here and those who are on the line. You can clap for yourselves. So after thanking ourselves and being thankful, I take this honor to invite the Vice Chancellor to come and give his remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DVC, Finance and Administration. The Acting Commissioner, Division of Mental Health and Substance Use, Minister of Health, the DVC, Finance and Administration. I know the President, Uganda Counseling Association, the representative from professional organizations and sister universities who have been introduced, the teaching and non-teaching staff and religious leaders, the guild leadership, student peer groups, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here to witness what is taking place. First, I want to thank you, our keynote speaker, for having gone through the subject thoroughly. And after your remarks, I don't think we're going to add much to what we're saying. But I want to welcome you to this 4th Kyambogo University Counseling Open Day. I'm told this is an annual function, and this is the 4th session. And I want to thank the organizers, the Department of Guiding and Counseling, and the Dean of Students for having put together this event and for having committed themselves to make it an annual event. I'm glad to note on the focus of this year's event, which is focusing on empowering individuals to navigate the challenges of university life while equipping them with the necessary resources and strategies for personal growth and well-being. This event aims to create a supportive environment where mental health awareness is prioritized and access to essential information and services is encouraged. When we talk about mental health and the challenges that come with this issue, especially talking about navigating university life, I think university life is one of the most challenging journeys you will go through at this stage. I know that many of you are very young people. You are going through your academic journey. Maybe you are in the first year. A few months back, you were in senior 6, but now you are in the university. And when you come here, what first shocks you is the absolute freedom to do whatever you want to do. Nobody asking you, where are you? Though some parents, I'm told they do that. Nobody asking you, when are you coming home? Nobody asking you, why are you not in class? Because we expect you to have reached the level where you can take personal decisions which will help you to grow in your career. Sometimes we get disturbed that this is not the case. Many of you fall into a number of problems and challenges, which our keynote speaker talked about, and you really get lost. And I want to thank the Department of Guiding and Counseling for the work they are doing in the student body through their peer mentors and the other groups they have put together. I'm also glad that you have students from Nabsusa, students from Kyambogo College School, to come here and be part of this discussion so that when they go back, they can talk to their colleagues. I also want to thank the partners whom you have enumerated, who came here, Blood Bank, the association, and all these people we see here. Thank you for putting together this big group of partners to help you disseminate this information. We must note that the number of universities in Uganda has gone up. There are many universities now. We're talking about 52 universities. This is from about 2 or 3 universities in 1985, 86. There are now 52 universities. Kyambogo University being the second largest, with a population of about 33,000 students, and Makerere being the largest, with a population of about 37,000 students. Other universities fall in there, 5,000, 6,000, 2,000. So this means that higher education has expanded, there is competition, and we are producing many, many students, many graduates onto the job market. You can wonder where these big numbers of students are going. But we hope that they will find some work to do and be able to build their career. I've noted that a number of challenges our students face include stress, anxiety, depression, grief, trauma, drug and substance abuse, career difficulties, and relationship issues. And I'm told that the relationship issues is the most prevalent. I'm not surprised. You are all young people. You want to live. You want to enjoy yourselves. We enjoyed ourselves during our time, but things have changed. During our time, there was no AIDS. I think the only problem, doctor, at that time was gonorrhea. And which, and syphilis, yes. And we used to have a health, I went to Makerere very many years ago, and they used to have a health center. And there was a clinic where people would line up to go into the lab. And people never wanted to be identified, to be sitting near the lab because they know they are going to be tested for something. But these challenges are going to continue. Stress. Many of you are stressed. There's a lot of noise around you. Social media. Social media is a big destabilizing force. Information flowing left and right. Useful information and useless information. So you as students, you must decide which information you are going to entertain. Then anxiety and depression. You are going through your academic career. Maybe studies are not going very well. Maybe you have not paid a lot of attention to your courses. Maybe time for exams is coming and you have not paid up your fees if you are privately sponsored. Those issues cause anxiety. And some of you get into depression. As she mentioned, the levels of mental health can be mild or even sometimes not seen to being severe. We have some few students who have mental problems and you can see that they have really gone off. They go talking to themselves. They meet you in a group like this and they just come in, I want to see the Vice Chancellor. Why do you want to see him? I have a problem. It reminds me my friend, the former Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo, Sebufu. He told me that one student came to his office and they gave him audience and said, what is the problem? He said, I have a problem. What is the problem? The boy told him, people know what I'm thinking. People know what I'm thinking. Before I say it, they tell me what I'm thinking about. And that created a lot of insecurity in this student. Of course, you can see that the mental wellness was getting disturbed. You are going to meet many issues. I'm glad, Madam, you talked about drug abuse. This is becoming a big problem in our schools and in the universities. Unfortunately, there are people who are making a lot of money from pushing these substances. And the effect of these substances on the human brain is not well documented. You just take them and they make you very high for some time. You feel very high and you are happier and excited. And then the effect wears off and then you want more. And if you cannot afford to buy more, then you start stealing because you want those drugs. So really, I want to encourage you that apart from not engaging in excessive alcohol consumption and excessive promiscuity, you should try and keep away from these drugs. They are toxic. They are toxic to your brain, they are toxic to your liver, and they will destroy your life. You must know that there are people out there who are making money out of your misery. And they will make sure that these drugs come in through our airports, through various means, and there are people who sell them in the university. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You may as well tell me to stop because this is old news. Eh? This is what you do. You know who sell these drugs in the halls of residence and all around. But I would like to warn you that please keep away these bad habits. Another bad habit that has come about is betting. You get the school fees, the tuition, which your father and your mother have given you, and you take it to a betting station to bet whether Arsenal is going to beat Man U. What concern is this to you? Whether Arsenal loses or Manchester United loses, why do you attach yourselves to these teams? First of all, they don't concern you. These people are making money. As they are playing, they are making money. You are betting and you are giving them more money. You don't have any money. Another thing I want to advise you is to live within your means. Live within your means. Know your level. Know your level. Very soon, if you don't live within your means, you are going to be in debt. Complete debt, and you are not going to be able to sleep. You are not going to be able to walk the streets of Kyambogo because you are in debt. I say it again. I'm told that's why they tell the pastor that, Pastor, say it again. Please live within your means. You can moderate the appetite for good things. We all want good things. But if you can't afford it, you make do with what you can afford. And I'm sure you can live within your means. And that's what causes these relationship problems. Been having an issue where a girl gets the school fees from home, and she comes and gives it to the boyfriend. All of it. And they enjoy. They enjoy the money. Now the problem comes when you need to pay tuition fees. Because that money you have eaten is not going to come back. It is gone. And the worst thing that can happen is for the boy to run away from you. Because now you have no money. It also happens the other way. The boy gets the money, enjoys the money with the girlfriend, and things get worse. We know you are at a stage when you need to enjoy your life. Yes, live within your means, do the right things, and be mindful of your career. With this number of universities and the number of graduates we are producing, you need to be strategic. Do your bachelor's, plan for your master's, and progress in that line. Because at some point, everybody is going to have a bachelor's. So how are we going to decide who to recruit or not to recruit? The situation is not going to get better. So you must be prepared to make sure that you are prepared so that when the opportunity comes, you are prepared for that opportunity. So I really want to thank the department for choosing this theme, helping students navigate university life. This university is big. We have students of many types. We have people with disabilities, various disabilities. We must look after these people as well. We have people with different needs which must be met. So I really want to conclude by saying that we are going to require good mental health for us to be able to continue giving services to the students and for the students to respond to what they are being given. It's amazing, we started the semester about 2 weeks ago. The students were nowhere. Nowhere. For 2 weeks, I was standing in my window and saying, where are the students? You know what I was told? They are in Banda. What are they doing in Banda? I was told that they're washing off the dust from the village. This dust must have been quite a lot if it took 2 weeks to wash off. Eh? So you know what's going to happen? You have wasted 2 weeks of no studying. When the semester is coming to an end, you'll start appealing to us to extend the semester. But you wasted 2 weeks at the beginning. An extension of the semester has financial implications. Are you willing to meet those implications? The answer is no. So, lastly, I want to thank the Office of the Dean of Students. And I want to thank the Dean and the Deputy, the Dean who is not here and the Deputy, for being available and close to the student body. For being available to talk to you, to mentor you in the mentorship group. Because sometimes a student may have a problem and has nobody to talk to. All they want is somebody to sit down and listen to their problem. They may not have a solution. Like if you have eaten all your money, they don't say eating it, they say they have chewed. If you have chewed all your tuition fees and you are in distress, you may want to talk to somebody, but they're not going to give you the money. Somebody will listen to you and say, oh, Bambi, go labye. That's what they're going to say. But at least you have somebody sitting down and listening to you. I normally meet a number of students walking around and talk to them. Many of you are very good people. But watch out the friends you keep. Doctor talked about it. Look out for the friends that you keep. Some of those friends are not good people, and you'd be advised to cut ties with them if they are not going to help you. If you have a student who has not studied since the semester started, why do you want to keep in company of that person? Eh? So please look out for the people you keep in company, where they will affect your progression. Look out for your mental health, enough sleep, enough exercise, enough rest. All those are prescribed. So lastly, I have said, Dean of Students, thank you very much. The Department of Guiding and Counseling, thank you very much for inviting the commissioner to come and talk to us about mental well-being. And people from Butabika, you are most welcome. I see my friend there. I've known him for very many years. It's nice to see you. I'm much older than him, but he has not grown very old as well. He has kept his mental state very good and he's able to keep. So with that, I want to thank you very much. DVC, thank you very much for coming. Doctor, thank you very much for coming and talk to us. I hope, as he has said, you'll pick one or two things from her speech and maybe one or 1.5 things from my comments. We as a university, we are here. We are prepared to serve you. We are prepared to help you through the Department of Guiding and Counseling and also the Dean of Students. So if there is any major issue you want us to help you with, let us know it through the Dean of Students. I don't want to be like, I was on a training in the Netherlands for about 3 or 4 weeks. And there was this Nigerian who was our leader. I don't know who appointed him to lead us, but he was the one who was in charge of our group. So he told us, I've been in the Netherlands for 15 years. I think he went and never went back. So he said, I'm here to help you. If you have any problem, you come to me. Then I said, are you sure? He said, any problem except money. So he said, if you have financial problems, don't come. But other social issues, come and we shall talk. So with that, thank you very much. I want to declare this event open and wish you very fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, our Vice Chancellor. Without wasting a single minute, allow me to invite Madam Winfred to move a vote of thanks to our guest speaker and guest of honor, and then we shall go into a group photo such that we allow our guest speaker to go for other assignments. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka Rakshaya, Professor Justus Kwetejeka, and our dear guest speaker today. I would like to thank God for all of you. I bring appreciation from the Guidance and Counseling Unit and Students and Welfare Department for the words of wisdom, for the financial support. We are saying only the table which is here just because they have other engagements. Doctor is going to fight Ebola, and Professor also told us that she is going to have other activities. However, if they were to stay, we would be the happiest. Our dear invited guests, everybody, the students, staff, sister universities, thank you very much for coming. And Professor, thank you very much for the promise. We shall indeed communicate with you through the Dean of Students. So I request all of us, guided by the ICT team, because we do not have time, if we can have our guests here in front, Johnson, I don't know whether that is okay, so that we can have a group photo. Members, we are just opening, thriving amid these challenges. May you be blessed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our Principal counseling psychologist. James? Yes, Prof, we are going for photo session. James, you can guide us on the teams.
Before I continue inviting, I would like to apologize on behalf of the Students' Welfare Department. The person we invited to come and do sign language got a problem. We really feel it has not been fine. We are supposed to have inclusiveness. However, we still have some other students who are representing the disability fraternity. Vice Chancellor, please, Deputy, Dr. Hafsa.
Dean of Students.
As they go in front, they have already known. Dean of Students, please.
Panelists.
Panelists, yes, the panelists. Imam.
Modulator.
Can I see the moderator?
Counseling psychologist. Principal. The counseling. Can start with that.
Manulima kutumbola ngai te. Ele kakanango le grand ninja.
So counseling unit, you join this photo. Counseling in. Counseling. Let us move very fast. Kyambogo College, Nabisunsa. After these ones, you also come and join Kyambogo College, Nabisunsa. Let us do it very fast. Kyambogo College, Nabisunsa. James, let us take this photo. Yes, Kyambogo College, come closer. Nabisunsa, come closer. Now the counseling unit, you can leave. Kyambogo College and Nabisunsa. I don't know whether James, you think you can take all of them at once? Yes. Nabisunsa and Kyambogo College. Mobs, Busitema, Makerere University. Mobs, Busitema, Makerere University. Bugema University. Which other university? Bugema University and any other mother institution. Mobs, Makerere University, Busitema, Bugema. After these ones. When these ones are done, yes, our sister institutions, Busitema, Bugema, thank you so much. Nabisunsa, thank you so much. Kyambogo College, Busitema, Bugema, Mobs. Our partners, you also sort yourself. You are coming next. Sauti, Lottery, Safe Places, Mindful, Blood Donation. Our partners, you come. Blood Donation, Lottery, Safe Places, Sauti, Butabika. Our partners, all our partners, you come and take photo. Group photo, partners, Sauti, Safe Places, Butabika, Blood Donation. Mentors, you organize. Mentors, LEM, you're coming at once. Mentors, LEM, and Churi. Mentors, LEM, Churi. Let us move very fast. Mentors, LEM, Churi, and their patrons. Mentors, LEM, Churi, you come with your patrons. Mentors, LEM, Churi. Mentors, you join. Thank you so much, our partners. And after the mentors, have I forgotten any other group? Mentors, those are mentors. LEM and hello. Mentors, LEM, Churi, and your patrons. And the last photo will be for the welfare department. Welfare department, students welfare department. It will be the last photo. Students welfare department. Students welfare department. It will be the last photo. Welfare department, it is the last photo. Mr. Felix is very fundamental. He's our human resource officer that works with the students' welfare. Okay, thank you so much, James. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much, our Deputy Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much, our Commissioner. Commissioner for Mental Health and Control of Drug Substances. We thank you so much. And now we shall let our Vice Chancellor together with the Commissioner leave. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much, our Deputy Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much, Dr. Hafsa. Yes, DJ. Hey, mental health. I don't want you to. Hey, DJ, yes. DJ Vibe. Mr. Kyambogo is good at dancing. Yes.
Civilisation pas maniée, c'est où salon qui mène. La pomme pas qu'à trouver. Doit de nous que goûter. On qui j'en la nati secret. Oula. Oulé. Là où va nous que vivre, c'est la limite qu'à créer. Nous qui comprenons pas vrai.
Yes, thank you so much, DJ. I want to recognize the presence of the former students representative to the University Council, Madam Chep Komoi. I've seen you around. Hope you've not gone away. Oh, thank you for coming, Madam Chep Komoi Edith, former students representative to the University Council. At this point of time, allow me now to welcome Mr. Gita Emmanuel, who is our modulator for the next session. Mr. Gita, you're most welcome. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be in front of you. Allow me request the team in charge of IT to humbly come and we set up as you had requested for the panelists and where they are going to discuss from. All right. So it's another wonderful afternoon being with you here today as we commemorate another 4th year while we celebrate Counseling Open Days. Now, initially, with Counseling Open Days, this is where you receive free counseling services. For us as Uganda Counseling Association, we kept on having these events in different places. We also held one here in Kyambogo, where everyone comes and assesses. You can access free counseling services from professionals. And we shall also invite you once again to join us soon, and we shall be able letting you know on the dates. Now, on such days, you don't incur any cost to receive a service. The minimum we could charge in Uganda for corporate and well-trained professionals is 100,000. But imagine on a day where you come and talk to someone, or even some people, for multiple issues, and then you receive the services you need. So while we organize and we are going to be meeting out here to receive services from professionals, allow me request every trained counseling professional on level of bachelor's, the counseling psychologists and the doctors in the counseling field, kindly stand up so that the audience can see you. They are going to need your services right after this event. So please, all counselors in the room, I humbly request that we stand up and they see you. All those are counselors. Please look at them very well so that right after this, you are in position to receive a service. So, thank you very much. I am also giving out this mic. Oh, kindly. All right. I guess maybe this other one has gotten a challenge. I'll maintain the ones with the hand. All right. So we are going to head forward. Allow me, without taking due time, to first introduce myself to you. My name is Gita Emmanuel Freeman. I'm a counselor by profession. I'm a leadership coach and a mentor. Currently, I'm the school counselor, head of department, Kyambogo College School. And at the same time, I'm serving on the board of Uganda Counseling Association as the head of advocacy and I am an MHPSS, that is Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Consultant, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And I'm so glad to have all of you here today, and we are going to work the whole session together. It is an honor to invite the following people. Some of them, the shoes in which they fit, I look back and I am grateful that I am the one going to invite them. Just not to forget, I'm an alumni of Kyambogo College. No, Kyambogo University. You know now the spirit of Kyambogo College is in me. I am an alumni of Kyambogo University. And back then they used to say, students of Kyambogo, tebalina chino, tebalina chiri, tebakola bwe bati. And I usually want to ask them, come and see what I can do. And then you see what the mighty Kyambogo University can produce. It is not about the name of the university. And I want to encourage the rest of the students in the room. It's not Kyambogo University that makes you. You make Kyambogo University. So when we get out here, let the world know there is a place that builds giants, gallants, and very well-made individuals. And henceforth, I introduce to you one. The rest, we will be saying. All right. So allow me to start with my president, Uganda Counseling Association. Allow me invite Mrs. Elizabeth Okello. She's the president of Uganda Counseling Association, and she holds a lot of responsibilities, as you see her there, and each one of the panelists are going to give you a brief of who they are, where they work, but I'll only give you the basics of what you need to know. And secondly, allow me invite Dr. Faith Nakalema. I usually say she's one of the simplest, down-to-earth doctors I have ever met in my life. Please, a hand clap as they come. That is the least we can give to them. Very down-to-earth, very professional, and knowledgeable. You know, how many of us have met people with the title doctor? And someone tells you, omanye bisabu bye nasoma. To call me Mr. or Mrs. Nayo jakutsinkana Madam Faith Ademu, yes please, because she understands that most of the things we get there, but we should not forget we are human. So welcome, Dr. Faith. And allow me invite Mr. Kenneth Mbogo, Chairperson Convocation Kyambogo University. When you find him in office doing work, you will understand that the university and the team that put him in office really made the right choice. You're welcome, Mr. Mbogo. And lastly, and why did I put it last? We have a Mugore in the room, number one. She's a celebrated staff of Kyambogo University that is now, I can no longer address her as Miss, Madam, Mrs. So let us join our hands to invite the Deputy Dean of Kyambogo University, Dr. Agnes. You're welcome, Madam. They have worked together to see this event come, and indeed, we have reached this great time. Henceforth, allow me request all panelists to introduce themselves, and they will give you their credentials. Furthermore, you're welcome. Allow me start with Mr. Mbogo. You are welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Ajita Freeman Emmanuel. A good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. I am Kenneth Mbogo Buffalo, a council member at Kyambogo University, the chairperson of convocation, Kyambogo University, but also the chairperson of Students Affairs and Welfare Committee, Kyambogo University. I also work with Kyambogo University as an assistant registrar, and I am the chairperson of the United States Exchange Alumni Network, Central Stretch, and also a council member of the United States Exchange Alumni Network. Biggest recent award, Change Agent among the youth, by the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbogo. Ladies and gentlemen, those titles, they cannot go with such a hand clap. Let us appreciate Mr. Mbogo. I know. Okay, allow me request Dr. Faith, please let us take on the next introductions.
Protocol observed. My name is Faith Nakalema Lubundule. I have a PhD in counseling psychology. Oh, thank you. I have a PhD in counseling psychology, master's in counseling psychology, bachelor's in guidance and counseling. I'm a lecturer, a consultant, a mental health advocate and professional. I'm a mentor, I'm a supervisor, I'm a director of Everyday Ministries International, and a director of RA 4Ps Consultancy and Counseling Services. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faith. Allow me request Dr. Agnes, the Deputy Dean, to do the introductions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agnes Nachimuli Mugalu, and I've worked in Kyambogo University for the last 14 years. I joined as a warden in Nursery Hall. I was eventually promoted to senior warden, principal warden, and recently promoted to deputy dean of students. This promotion coincided with my graduation with a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management, and my area of specialty is Students Affairs Management in Higher Education. I have a bachelor's degree, a postgraduate diploma in education, a Master of Arts in Educational Management, and a number of certificates. Most important, the certificate in Administrative Officers Law. I have a certificate in Building Capacity in Higher Education Management. This one is from Tampere University, and so many other certificates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You've had those titles, all of them. How would Freeman remember all of them? But then we really celebrate you. Thank you very much, Dr. Agnes. I joined the university in 2016, and I have seen her work. We've seen her progress. The staff has seen her grow. And I want to remind you that for just what she has mentioned, you can turn out from just being a student of the university, get to a position in the university, and then you can get somewhere else in the university. I am surprised, Mr. Yunus, the Vice Chancellor knows you, but from an elder brother to a young one, don't take that for granted. Use that. In Uganda, allow me request the President, Uganda Counseling Association, to make the introductions. You're welcome, Madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon to each one of us, and thank you for coming. My name is Elizabeth Okello. Hello. Yeah, my name is Elizabeth Okello, and currently serving as the president of the Uganda Counseling Association. And while I am not doing UCA work, I do work with Mild May Uganda. Mild May Uganda is one of our oldest non-governmental organizations. And at Mild May, we do run an institution And at the institution, I provide leadership for the School of Applied Sciences. And so I am privileged to be here. One thing that I would want you to remember me for, something that I am passionate about, is helping people fulfill their potential in life. I provide mentorship for a number of young people, especially those who are almost phasing out of university and those who are fresh out of university, a few who are in secondary school, and I do that on a one-on-one and walk the journey with them. So my interest is, do not get out there and get lost. So that is something that I am passionate about, that if there was anything that would be read about me when I am gone, that is what I would want to be remembered for. So that is it about me. But additionally, ladies and gentlemen, I am a mother, I am a wife to one man who is male, and I've got 3 children. That is also part of my life. So part of my life, I'm also mothering, I am also being a wife, and so I celebrate that. Thank you so much. What is very significant, I think, this December, I think we will be celebrating, I'll be 19 years in marriage, so I don't take that for granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam President has given us, the last introduction was most important for these young people. And she ended with a very nice statement of married 19 years. There is one who is in the room. You've been in 2 relationships since the year started. I don't know how you do it when it comes to marriage, if you will also be in 2 or 3 in 1 year. So thank you very much, Madam President, for that introduction. She's married to a man who is male. Take that serious. Allow me now to begin. This session, we shall have few minutes for every panelist, but we are going to be juggling them. One question leads to another. But however, if you identify yourself with a question that is related to what is going to be discussed but rather was not presented, I would humbly request you'll either put up your hand and we shall give you at the end of the panel. We are only using 1 hour at most, or if even we can use lesser, the better. But I implore you to be quite attentive. Allow me request. Mukuru Yunus, gwegwe manyo okusinga wano. Allow me, can you give us an energizer? Just an energizer. Something small. Obanchi kubewo. It's okay. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, please get on your feet. Just for 30 minutes. And then we stretch up. I know some of you have sat since we came. I wouldn't want you to sleep on my panel. Neda. Mukuru Yunus, nkwaniriza sebo.
Nzenesi tene mazamu, dunia tene mazamu.
Okay, thank you very much. DJ ate vibe egenze. Kwayo freestyle yona joina. Wenyenye mwao. Muli benda banga. Alright, okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's stretch a bit. Let's stretch a bit. 360 degrees. Follow me here. Let's change. Let's do. All right, thank you very much.
All right. At least we have moved our bodies and we've stretched a little. So ladies and gentlemen, we are kick-starting. I would like to start with Dr. Nachimuri Agnes. While we are in the academic sector, these children are all here and they are aspiring for excellency. Even those that chop lectures, they want to get first class. And there are those who are hoping for a second class upper, that is in 4 point onwards. However, there are some things that usually come and affect their academics. What are some of the causes on academic pressure?
Thank you very much, Mr. Jita. I think when we talk about academic pressure, now we have our neighbors, Navisunsa College and Kyambogo College. So whatever I'm going to say will be encompassing the university students and the secondary school students. So what causes this academic pressure? First of all, I would say academic pressure, I think, is that burden you feel. You want to fulfill something, but there is something, there is a burden which is kind of a stumbling block to your achievement. So first of all, what will a major cause of this academic pressure is the heavy workload. Heavy workload. For instance, I will say, for example, someone is a student and someone is a parent, has 2 jobs, engages in sports, and volunteering at some other club. So all that work is on one person. And when they come to class, they are lecturers, they have different course units. The lecturers will not be told that you have all those responsibilities. For them, they will give you their coursework. Or for our neighbors there, they will be told to do their work. You have like 4 courseworks or 4 homeworks on top of everything that you have to do. Some of them are parents, others have jobs, different jobs, day and night, and that kind of thing. So they end up having that pressure on their academics. Remember, you have to focus on your academics because it is the major reason why you are at the university. And on top of that, related to what I've already said, that they have a large amounts of content that has to be taken in at the same time. The Vice Chancellor mentioned that as they are washing off dust, they are wasting 2 weeks. The lecturers are steadily waiting in a class. They will, as time goes, as the weeks are towards exams, they will start heaping a lot of work on them. The lectures, no one dodges a lecture at that point, so they have a lot of information to take in and they have a little time. They have their courseworks now, very many of them. Someone has 7 courseworks, then they have to attend lectures at that particular time, and all this can cause a lot of pressure to a student at whatever level, even in secondary school, even at university level. In secondary school, I should say, for the interest of our sisters and brothers, we have this mentality of first grade, passing in first grade and what have you. Then you really feel sorry for the poor students who they have to pump. Actually, they do that kind of pumping into the students. And if these teachers could, they would even get the books and pack them in the heads of these students so that they achieve the first grades they want. So this kind of what they have to take in, the content they have to take in within a short time really causes pressure to our students. And then another cause of this pressure, I think, is about competitiveness. Competitiveness, I've already mentioned the secondary school, they want first grade, they want this and the other. At university level, someone wants to get a first class at whatever cost. Whether they read from morning up to evening, they want that first class. My brother, my friend got a first class at Kyambogo, so I must also get it. So they read from morning up to night without even when they are told to go for sports. They don't want to go because they have that competition to fulfill their aim of getting a first place. Then under competitiveness still, there's competition for courses. In some families, and I think it is us parents who are the source of this problem, you force a student to go for engineering, to go for architecture, to go for statistics. But in actual sense, this student can or wants or can do fine art. They are good in their fine art, but you say, in our family, everyone does engineering. You must go there. If you refuse to go for engineering, I am not going to pay your tuition. You must go. But a student is complaining, I cannot manage engineering, but I'm comfortable with fine art. But we parents insist. I can give an example here. I heard someone telling my son is now in senior 4, but someone was telling him, everyone in your family is doing engineering, so you must also make sure that you do engineering so that you don't look an odd man out of your family. So I got concerned. I told him, please don't tell this boy, because everyone has their ability. So when you tell him that because others have done engineering, therefore he must do that. He has his own focus, whether he's going to do MDD, whether he's going to do what, I think we let people be. This kind of pressure of courses, of grades, we as parents or as a society, it really causes a lot of pressure on the students, which eventually culminates into their mental illness. Then I will also talk about poor planning on the part of the students themselves. Maybe poor planning on the part of management, but poor planning on the side of the student. First of all, it is reflected. The 2 weeks are wasted. People are not coming to class. The lecturers are there waiting for the students. The students are not there. They are not planning well. But time is going to come when they start to crash. Then there is also another problem of poor planning, poor time management. Poor time management, you know you have to go for a lecture, you know you have a test, you know they give at this time a test, but you cannot budget your time accordingly. So at the end of it all, everything piles on you. They give you a coursework to hand in within 1 month, but someone waits for the last 3 days of the month to hand in 4 courseworks. And I think on the side of the student, that is poor planning. But they have all the time to go to dances, to go to parties, but they don't factor in the fact that they have their courseworks. So poor planning, poor time management causes a lot of pressure on the students. Then I would also say about something about absence of support. I think at times we need to support these students when we are with them. You really advise them. When I was a warden, I would always chase away students from the common room. You would say a student from 7 in the morning is reading. You people, the same student is still in the common room. Up to lunch hour, you people to see whether the student has gone for lunch. The student is still there. So the kind of support I would give was to chase them out of the common room. Please go and have food. Please you go and relax. It is good to read, but it is bad to overread. Because you imagine he has no bottle of water, he has no food, but is reading from morning up to. So that kind of support helps to relieve them of that pressure. But if they don't have that kind of support, that is when you'll find a student who was reading chemistry starting to talk about Inyongo Yamawe and Ingoni migration, as if those are the things that were in chemistry. And that is the beginning of their journey to mental illness. So when there is no support as they read, then we really need to support them. Lack of this support can lead them to those problems. And maybe for now, I can say, I mentioned it, but the parental expectations. We force students to do what they cannot afford. Now you threaten, I will not give you tuition if you don't go for architecture. Because our family, everyone is an architect. So if you don't go for it, I'm not going to give you tuition. So a poor student comes back, divided between architecture, which he surely knows that he will not afford. So he's in that confusion. When I don't go there, I'll not get tuition. When I go to fine art, which I think I can manage, no one will pay. Some of them go ahead and make their decision to go to fine art, but they tend to suffer because they don't have tuition, they don't have support of the parent, they don't have that. And all this causes that academic pressure on them and eventually mental illness. For now, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You spoke of some things and some of us would relate. You know, you can play in the first 8 weeks, but when the timetable is out, now you realize that you'll understand why the chicken do not have short calls, yet they drink water. On the part of academic pressure, you find that there is a student managing the academic pressure of Kyambogo University, at the same time managing a relationship of someone who is toxic, but they don't want to let go. So that brings me to President, Madam Elizabeth. Students, inclusive academic pressure, they come with a lot of things. For them, they term as stress. Everything is stress. Even when they're nearing depression, it is stress. What are some of the stress management techniques these young ones can be able to employ so that they can be able to overcome these academic pressures and as well as those that follow the academic pressure?
Thank you so much, Freeman, and thank you, Doctor. Doctor brought out very clearly some of the things that cause the stress. So I'll just pick out from some of the things that she had highlighted. One of the things she talked about is like, you're putting in a lot of pressure. You're not eating. You're not eating, and it is affecting your ability to actually think or process what you're reading. So starting from there, one of the things that someone can do is manage your nutrition, because your body you're tasking your body, and yet you're not eating. Okay? She talked about, I think it was Dr. Hafsa talking about the brain and sleep and things like that. How many hours do you sleep? I'll not ask the doctors to tell us, because when they are reading, I don't know how long they might sleep for 4 hours or so. But on average, how many hours do you sleep? Let me get from somebody from Navisunsa. How many hours? 5 to 7. You guys are doing very well. Very well. When I was in secondary school, we read. Even when they say lights out, your lights out, but you're having your torch and trying to read. So if you can do 7 hours in Abisunsa, you're doing very well. Yeah? So sleep. Take time to sleep. She talked about failure to manage time. How are you managing your time? How are you managing your time? Because you can be able to manage the stress if you manage your time. When I was in university, I felt I had a lot of energy to do everything. I did everything. I socialized. I went where. Even while I was in my second year, I decided to go and enroll for a diploma course. Can you imagine? I was doing a bachelor's course. But I used to see people going to Makerere College, and they were doing a diploma course. I said, no, let me also go and enroll. And I would go in the evening. I study my day course. I go in the evening, I study. I would go out with my friends. I would have fun, travel, wherever. I did everything. And I can tell you, in that second year, I got a retake. I don't know whether I scattered my time or what, I don't know. But I woke up and I said, how can I retake? It was very strange. But I realized I was putting too much, and I felt like I could actually manage. But I was breaking. I didn't realize, it didn't make sense to me, but I was breaking. I got a retake. We had a paper that we used to do, and we had to do it with statisticians. And now for us, statistics was not something very easy. But I failed it. And tell you, I learned from that. So time management is key. Exercising, this physical body, I'm appealing to the physical body as well, because if your physical body is under attack, your mental health will not be good. So do you have time? I like it when we sit like this and there's time to stretch. In schools, they give you, is it 40 minutes for class? 40. As lesson is 40. Lectures are 1 hour, and then you have to move. That is good for the schedule, but also on your personal basis. Don't allow yourself to sit for long without exercising. It helps you to actually work through and balance up your nervous system so that you don't get overwhelmed. Okay? I pay due respect to our your religious faiths. What is your faith? Do you pay attention to your faith? Do you have time to go to church? Do you have time to go to the mosque? Do you have time to that is very important. And personally, I spent time doing that as well, because it also appeals to your sense of worth, sense of purpose, sense of reason for living even the next day. So that is important. Being with your social, the people who are around you, but I'm not saying just anyone, just gather anyone around you. Who are you gathering around you who is going to be very helpful to you? Okay? But we saw our counselors standing up here. There will be that time when you feel it is too much. It is overwhelming. You're failing to concentrate. You touch this, it's not working. Those are some signals where just find a counselor to talk to. And that is the strongest person, the one who reaches that point and says, I need to see a counselor. When they have reached that point, like Dr. Haspa was saying, the other extreme is being mentally ill. So the talking to a counselor should not be when you have reached the extreme. It is that morning when, when you're having a challenge and you can't tell. It has happened to me. One time I realized I was really stressed when I got out of my house. I was driving out of the garage. It has a ramp. It was very clear there was a car behind me, and I knew it was there. And every time I know how I get out, but I can tell you that morning I had so much going on in my mind that I literally drove out and almost ran into a car, which was, I knew very well that I needed not to. But what was happening to me that morning? I was under some kind of stress, but I assumed I am in control. I know what to do. I am getting out and it is okay. I assumed so. But at that point, I realized it is not okay. I drove back. I first packed and reorganized myself a bit, because if I got onto the Kampala road like that, it would be disaster. So it can happen to me. It can happen to you. It can happen to any one of us. But how do you manage? So talking to someone, reflecting, taking some time to reflect, recollect yourself is very helpful. The list could go on and on, but can you find out what is it that works for you? It works. What will work for me may not work for you. So, but more importantly, can you identify that you have reached that point where we say, I am stressed, I am not fine, and don't wait for a complicated time. Just that, like those examples I've tried to give you, can even be just as simple as that. I am sitting here, I was telling Freeman, it's okay, because I scheduled a Zoom call for 2 p.m. And I told him, I don't know, it is okay. And you know what I did? I got my phone, I messaged, can we push the meeting later? And I am calm. I mean, that is one way in which I have managed. Now I am settled, I am calm. So sometimes it just needs you to reflect, find what you are able to do at that time, and you can only do that when you have done a bit of a pause. And then you can be able to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. You've given a wonderful submission on that. I believe at the end of the day, one of you who is there, why am I stressing so much on relationships? If you are strong enough and you've understood something from what Madam has said, send that message and tell the toxic partner, we are done. after, come for counseling. I am available for such cases. Then, because when you look at now some of the things, they require a strong person. Someone who is in position to attack life situations with no remorse. Dr. Faith. These students here, one of the communications when the president was talking, the president of Uganda, said the Bazukuru have to be very strong the way him and the team were strong and they liberated the country during the war. What are some of these ways a student can be able to become resilient? How can they understand some of these things and they stop being crybabies? Yes, doctor.
Thank you very much. You know, most of the times it's very much important when you understand who you are and what are your strengths. What do you call yourself besides what anyone calls you? I didn't say that I'm an agent of change. That's what I feel I am. How about you? What defines you? You know, most of the times whenever you think of something that defines you, you go back to it and you're like, there is nothing that is going to knock me down. And do you know your emotions? Do you know those ups and downs of yours? When it comes to emotions, self-awareness, you know, in life it is very much important to have plan A up to Z. Akasinje no keha. You create your own happiness. You create your own peace. You create your own world and you choose in the morning. If I happen to ask, how many of us just admired yourself in the morning in a mirror? You can see there are very few. Just to admire yourself. Faith, you're so beautiful. You're very smart. Today is a brighter day. You're going to shine. So at the end of that day, how we do manage our emotions, it all begins with the self. Are you aware of yourself? Are you having a growth mindset? You choose to focus on the problems than the solution. You get a retake and you're like, how am I going to really handle this retake? How am I going to handle this retake? You sing it from Monday to Sunday instead of saying, maybe I need to do some self-reflection and self-audits. What's wrong that I didn't do right? How can I pick up myself? And maybe this time around I contact even the lecturer. I follow the lecturer and I'm like, I didn't really understand this. I request for a remedial. Students follow us and they're like, we need some remedials. Those are not my marks. But some of us, when we see those results, you're like, if you can get a 50 in microeconomics, that is enough. And yet you can get an A. Can you believe in yourself that you can do better? Don't settle for less. It's important to settle for more. Learn to say no. It is okay to say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Some of the people think they owe everyone a reason to be who they are or even what they do. Now, when you look at some of the things, we usually want to balance life and academics. And the doctor, you've said, Akasinja no keha. You give yourself peace. Now, I would want to request Mr. Kyambogo, to give yourself peace, you need to have self-care. Now, some of the self-care things our youth are picking is a bottle different from the one in front of you, but for it is longer, wider, and of a different color. It contains a liquid that can make you say the truth, express the truth without your consent.
True.
But they use it for self-care. What are those self-care techniques these young ones can pick from, basing on your experience?
Okay.
thank you so much, Brother Freeman. You know, I will start with a statement that in life, you should dress the way you want to be addressed. Once you get to know that happiness starts with you, none else creates happiness in your life, then you are there. In many cases, learners focus on different sections of their life, but we have maybe emotionally, for them they focus more on financial, but there is psychological, there is mental, they ignore the social, which is even core. And at times when you go to politics, maybe that is political, they become again geniuses. At a university or secondary, they should understand that the core goal is completion, and not just finishing a course, but being able to put up a fight for a better tomorrow. Because self-care gives you a future and a reflection of who you want to be. Understand where you come from. Don't compete for life. The Vice Chancellor said, live within your means. You have a roommate who is ordering always KFC. She doesn't move away. The border guys come, KF Javas. But you know where you come from. Go in for 2 chapats and sell, put in beans and more soup. If that is what you can afford.
Chikomando.
Chikomando, in summary. In most cases, we are denying who we are because we think our parents didn't do their role. Nobody will blame you for the poverty that is at your home, but we shall blame you for the poverty you will be tomorrow if you join poverty. You are not responsible for the poverty at home, but self-care takes in also focusing on tomorrow. But even the friends you have, when you have friends that are toxic, their stories are funny, demeaning, and they take you off the road. You can't have a happy life. But there is this friend who tells you, irrespective of where we come from, we can make it. Some of us, our backgrounds, we don't want to talk about them because we need an hour for you to understand us. But under self-care, when we knew how to define where we come from, we know therefore where we are going. But also setting boundaries. Many of us rush and we crash. Set a boundary of where we want to go. We have been able to move to where we are because of understanding our limits. You cannot achieve everything. You're in year 1, you want, you say maybe your lecturer with iPhone 16 Pro Max, it's not yours. And you're like, I can have it. Remember, at this level, we are separating also guidance and counseling. We can ably guide you not to do this. But tomorrow when you rush, going for sugar daddies, men are mostly adventurers, others explorers, others are tourists. Yes. How is Muhavra? After Muhavra, let me see Renzori. After Renzori, how do we go to Eligon? After Eligon, I heard of Mugahinga. You are the mountains and lakes, or even anything else. We are not talking about mountains for this matter. So I think, let's reason within. You need a lot of reasoning under self-care. Afford what you can prepare tomorrow to defend. It's not about a life of being better, but a life you can maintain forever. Self-care needs you to have a self-emotional stability that can enable you to fight for the goals you want tomorrow. Don't rush, you'll crash. Thank you.
Do we relate? Are we relating with some of these things? Are we relating? Social media, many of you are being taken on a high speed. You want to be at Serena every day, but can you manage? You'll end up signing a contract with a person older than your father. Yeah. But for the reason of sustaining yourself there. Thank you very much, Mr. Mbogo, on that.
You're welcome.
And I hope we don't have mountains and lakes here for our tourists. And in case there's a tourist in the room, the team is alert now. So for you to be able to come up with such things, there are things, you've heard of the term emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
And for you to be able to take in what Mr. Mbogo has just shared now, you require an aspect of emotional intelligence. If not even social intelligence. How do you deal with yourself and others? Dr. Faith Nakalema. Kasinji ngatukeha, I know it requires emotional intelligence.
Sure.
How can someone be in position to understand around the area of emotional intelligence, or even more so, be able to implement it in their life?
Thank you very much, my PRO. I call him PRO because he's a free man. Eh? Okay. When it comes to emotional intelligence, first of all, you need to be aware of your own emotions. How about others? What pisses you off? How can you try to avoid what pisses you off? What makes you happy? You know, when you're doing self-care, you should be aware of what makes you happy, what creates a smile. Some of us, we have not smiled since morning because you've been sad over something you have no control over. And now you're like, okay, my day has to be like that. What makes you happy? Someone Thank you. You're checking that message, blue ticked, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Now, you're like, okay, my dad's dog, what? Has been killed. You are the very person who is killing your own day. When I talk about growth mindset, I mean, you put it at the back of your mind and you say, no, the person is very busy and cannot reply the message immediately. He will reply. Now, some of us, we end up thinking he's maybe with someone else. I think he's doing this. No. Be positive. Whatever happens, be when it comes to emotional intelligence, self-motivation, you reward yourself with a smile, a hug. In the morning, you dress the way you want to be addressed. You do what you love. You go for something that drives you, which you have passion for. But in your affordability, accessibility, availability, and able to accommodate it. You should be able to accommodate it. When you talk about emotional intelligence and you are aware of yourself, then why would you keep in a toxic environment, rather relationship? Why? That means you don't know your strength, you don't know your weaknesses, you can't let things be, you can't let things go. You feel you can change a person, my dear, brother and sister, you can't change a human being. Some of you are in relationships. You've been even one time twisted their neck. They twisted your neck. But you feel you can change the person. You know, I will pray for the person. I'll pray for him. I'll pray for her. By the time you will keep praying, you will be in the grave, praying from the grave. It's okay to let things go. It's okay to let things be. When you see something you can't relate with, it's okay, let it go. If you have control, it's okay. Control it. If you don't have a control over it, find a solution. Each single day, be optimistic. I think I can bounce back. I will bounce back. Things will get better. But not in a toxic environment, a relationship. Things will not get better. Instead, they may get worse. But it all begins with recognizing your own emotions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And in Luganda, they say, bw'oba bawulira obwabwe obw'omwavu ng'okola otya?
Ng'okutwa okunkumula.
Aha. Now, most of the times, whenever we are faced with such adversities and we fail to use emotional intelligence, we fail to understand this part here, that to some extent, after you getting into those troubles, those pains, those stressors, they bring about something in your life. Whatever you are in a certain mood, but you do not understand it. And somebody says, say Tegera, I don't feel myself, I don't know who I am, but everything else around you is scaring you. Going to Madam President. When it comes to anxiety, some of our students don't understand even what anxiety is and when they should understand that now I'm in a state of anxiety. They say, I am anxious, but even they cannot explain their own anxiety. How can a student be able to identify that these are the signs that now I am anxious and I need to act upon it?
Okay, I think if you remember the definition that Dr. Hausa gave us here about mental health. You remember there were 3 things that she emphasized about one's ability to think, the way you think, the way you, what was the other one? Feel, and the way you behave. Okay? And I think Dr. talked about you being aware. Now, when somebody is anxious, normally there is something that triggers that. Okay? You're going in for a test. You're going in for an exam. You're going to meet this girl for the first, okay, maybe not first time, but that is the day when you want to launch. You know? You're going, you know, somebody has fallen sick. Out here we are taking HIV tests. You're going to take a test. There will be triggers, there will be situations that create some kind of anxiety. Okay? If I had a chance here, I would ask some of us, oh, how did it feel? What not, you know? But there's a certain way in which you start to feel. For some people, your heart starts to pump a little faster, but it starts by a certain thought coming through. Okay? It starts by a certain thought coming through. It starts by a certain thought coming through, and then you start to feel in a certain way. So you think, I am going for an HIV test. Maybe I am positive. Or what if? So it starts like that. So when the thought starts coming, it has started in your mind. You start to feel in a certain way. Maybe your heart starts beating faster. you start sweating, okay? Some people feel like running away, okay? I have worked in an HIV setting, and there are times when you've come out to give someone results and they're nowhere to be seen. Yeah? So some people literally run away. You call what, they just can't face it. Okay? If you've been in a hospital setting, you've seen that someone has gone into surgery, the doctor comes out, people are pacing outside the theater. You know, is the person alive? You know, that is now, those are things that are happening, but what is going on inside someone is, there are so many thoughts that are running through their mind and what. So I'm just trying to paint a picture of an anxious person, but also that to help you to identify with some of the telltale signs that can help you realize that I am actually anxious. But it starts with the onset of something, and that would be a trigger. And it creates some kind of anxiety. They'll tell you some kind of anxiety is okay. It is healthy for you to be anxious when you're going in for that interview, when you're going in for, but when you get to a point where it makes you lose control of yourself, then those may be some red flags, okay? I hope that is what I was supposed to do.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. And when we're talking about anxiety, I would want to bring to some of our students around here. We have students who are working. At the same time, they are studying. But then there's a time where your boss has put an urgent meeting. People who are in the work system, by show of hands, you're working. Then your employer sends an email. We have a meeting at 2 p.m. Miss if you must. At that very time, your lecturer calls the toughest one. We have a test at 2 p.m. When you miss it, it's a retake. Can't you ask yourself, the job or campus? But if you leave the job, it is the one paying you to sustain campus. But if you miss the paper, you're having a retake and you are in the final. Mr. Kyambogo, allow me ask this question.
Yes, please.
How can university policies and support systems help students to better work and at the same time balance it with academics, given that scenario in picture?
Okay. Thank you so much once again. You know, these are two things: career, finance versus life. Any policy in the university would be a bridge, not a wall. So that's why even at Kyambogo University, for example, we have flexibility in terms of changing programs, but also if you want to shift to evening, though it can just the process, you're allowed to shift from day to evening in case you are working somewhere, because when you are working, we expect you to be getting some money. Maybe you might even be using the same money as the source of income to pay tuition. So that's why we are flexible to that. But at times, there is even another option of getting a dead year, whereby you are weighing that maybe the option you have, they are taking you to Soroti, maybe Katakwi, up to Moroto. They need you full time, full week, and they are giving you a lot of money. I'm a victim of this at Makerere University during my other masters. When I got an opportunity to go to Norway as a lecturer, or stay in Makerere as a student. And I was like, okay, the student bit is there. But money is the next aspect to blood. Let me go for money. So at times, being open to yourself and taking tough decisions in tough situations is key. As students, if you are entangled in such a manner, alert your bosses. For example, evening starts at 4. Every time you want to hide, you end up getting ashamed. Tell them, I'll be leaving work at 4 because evening classes start at 5. And then you shift. For Kyambogo, where they gave you day program, you write to them, I want to shift it to evening. Your work will proceed. But also, working in teams, there is when you are in a group, some learners are also part-timers. You get a coalition of serious students, and you have to make sure you do things in a team. Even when you miss one class, you discuss later to cover up. You need money, but you need the career, because tomorrow depends on today. So in many cases, I would advise fellow students, because I'm also again a student, and the brothers here, that when you are caught up in a mess of such a nature, for the university policies, there is when you cannot take a decision. We guide you. That's why we have a policy for students towards guidance and counseling. You go and inquire from them. That flexibility alone, the policy alone, but also human resources available or personnel to be accessible, to speak to you and guide you. We keep encouraging our team that when you fail to guide a person, you counsel them when it's late. You are not telling students, stop using these paths as they go. What if they are raped in the same path? You come up to counsel. So most of the policies have to be bent in a way that they are totally bridges, but not walls to students' careers. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. And for you who has been having pressure around work, I hope that comes with you. I would like to relate to the same thing. When it comes to academics, I've found students, you are doing a course at Kyambogo, you're doing a other course at Makerere, you're also trying to finish a part-time diploma at another institute. And you find yourself with all these academic pressures. Now, coming to the part of Kyambogo University, allow me ask Dr. Agnes, with the 11 years you've dealt with these students, and some of them, you showed that some of them that get academic pressure, you gave the signs and all that. How have some of them been affected with these academic pressures? And what have they ended up doing in their life? What are the choices they've ended up making in line with the academic pressures they've been facing?
Thank you. Focusing on I think that is the outcome of these academic pressures. I think I'm a victim of this. In the beginning, I said as I was a PhD student. Actually, I graduated 2 weeks ago. But I was a victim of what you are exactly explaining. Number one, I had a job. I was a head of a section. I was heading a section. Number two, I was a student. I had responsibility as a mother. I am someone's wife. I'm someone's daughter. I have responsibilities at my church. So I had to do all this. What did it involve? It involved what we have mentioned as the way out: time management, proper planning, and everything. But all did not, of course, it doesn't go on well. What comes out of this pressure, first of all, you can get depressed. You can get depressed. I'm saying I am the victim in this very scenario. At times you could get depressed. You are doing work, academic work. You cannot fulfill what is the job. You cannot fulfill this. At times you get disappointed. You get disappointed, and the outcome of this is dropping out of what you are doing. For example, these are students. when they have that a lot of pressure, you see some of them saying, "Isika akosoma." Even my mother did not go to school, but she's surviving well financially. So they end up falling out, dropping out of their courses. Some of them change course. They say, to hell with architecture, let me go to Bachelor of Education. And that is all. After all, even teachers, the science teachers get a lot. Let me go to physics, teach my students and get my pay. So they have that effect of dropping out of that. And one immediate effect is that excessive stress. So it is this stress that leads them to drop out, to get depressed, to have this anxiety, and some of them get mental health issues. Some of them, like I mentioned, you'll find someone saying things that are not connected. But now that we are used to these students, you can easily tell that this one is not okay, because they are saying things that are not connected. When you ask the friends, they tell you he's overreading, he has no tuition, he was forced to do this course and all that. So now he's getting issues of mental illness. Some of them end up being poor academic performers. Even those students you expected to be very sharp. This one also speaks to Kyambogo College and Nabisunza. When someone has that academic pressure, you tend to think they are declining. And at times, maybe by the time I taught in secondary school, I was a teacher in secondary. For us, when a student, at that time, I don't know whether the perspective has changed now, that when a student was very bright and you see they are declining, you get your chiboko and give to the student. You get all kinds of punishments and punish this student without factoring in these issues of pressure, issues of other psychological problems, and so on. So with this pressure, some of these students tend to get out of, they tend to withdraw. They no longer see any use of what they are doing, and therefore they withdraw, and therefore their academic performance is negatively affected. Some of them resort to, like Dr. Hafsa told us, they resort to substance use. They think, let me take injaga, let me go, let me drink. When I drink, I will sleep. And then when you wake up, you are on board with your problem again. But that is what comes out of academic pressure. They think about all whatever can solve this pressure. So they go to substance use. Others get bad company. They get bad company. They see others are relaxed. There are people in universities who are not bothered. They came to study, but they are not bothered. They are not studying. They are dodging. The only difficult time comes when it is now graduation time. That is when they remember that they were getting tuition. They have to give accountability of the tuition, and they stay away from home, staying in Kyambogo University. So students tend to join those groups. They join those groups because they admire them. After all, I am stressed. And these bad groups even encourage them. Ofachi, you leave those books alone. Can't you survive without books? So that is an effect of this kind of pressure. So they end up being in those bad companies, substance use or misuse, and etc. and etc. At times we end up losing them. We lost a student, I think it was last semester, because of that. He withdrew, he started to overdrink. Then after overdrinking, as was under rehabilitation, I don't know what happened, but he was found dead in a bar. And he was our student here. So he was found dead, and I think this was a range of problems that at the end ended up into his death. So I think that is what comes out of academic pressure.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And now, when we relate that so much with the academic pressure, it takes us back on more understanding around anxiety. Allow me bring up this kind of setting. When you look at a student who is going through a stressful event but cannot talk about it. But why can't they talk about it? It is because somebody else has failed to understand it and even to support them. Some of our friends here, the gentlemen in the room, I want to be open with you. It is okay to cry. It is okay to cry. But it is not okay for you to reserve your emotions and you end up doing some other thing. Now, like for example, the alcohol doctors talked about, and you die. So, Madam President, when you look at anxiety and stress, there are many myths people put around it. They're even calling other people, if you have anxiety, you are mad. But I don't know. What are some of those myths that people are always attaching to stress and anxiety? And how can these students be able to give a deaf ear or even dispel them around?
Thank you, Freeman. Can you allow me to ask for one of them from the audience?
Okay.
Can someone give me, what have you heard? What is the myth or that you've heard about anxiety or stress? Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Wanda Ahia. I'm now an alumni from the Faculty of Social Science and Social Administration. According to what you've just explained, anxiety is the state whereby the tempers get high.
Okay, so have you heard people say some myths like mbu, like something you hear mbu about stress or anxiety, that it is something that is misconceived?
Yeah, it's true. Not everyone is informed that in which state is stress and which state is anxiety. So they end up mixing it up. But for now, from what I've just said and what these people have heard, I believe they can now differentiate between the two. Thank you.
So some people find it hard to differentiate. Eunice, you want to give me one? Yes.
Normally here, let me put it in Uganda. You are going through a lot and all that. Oli nagamba oli mutitizi.
Okay, Dr. Faith, please translate for me that word.
You were a coward.
Okay, that you're a coward. Okay, thank you. So some people say if you're a coward, like you can't face it up. You are not man enough. I mean, you cannot be tied down by things like this, you know. You hear people say that, I mean, if you heard Freeman talk about you cannot cry, I mean, you be firm, you just cannot cry in the face of this. What is it about a retake? I mean, must you cry? Of course, so other people identify it as like you're pretending, or it is something that is bad. You just can't associate yourself with that. Other people would say, I've heard people talk about it in the schools, kind of make it comfortable and massage it and what, you know. And at a certain point, we feel like we are actually ignoring the fact that somebody is stressed. The gentleman who spoke first said, they kind of don't understand what it is. They can't tell it apart. So even me, I can't tell my boss that I'm not coming to work because I'm stressed. They may fire me the next minute. A student cannot say, I am stressed, I can't sit in this class. You'll be taken off for a suspension. Okay? Because how do you just say that you're stressed? You just cannot be. Okay? So it is demystified. At some point, they kind of rush it off. But we are saying there will be times when you're actually not okay. And it is okay not to be okay. Because there will be that time when you're not okay. So when you're not okay, admit, I am not okay. But also let us learn to unpack what it is. You don't just say, I am stressed. Learn to give a name to what it is that you're feeling. I am sitting here, I am listening to the teacher. And as I listen, I just feel as though something is ringing in my head. It feels, when that happens, my head hurts, okay? Because most people don't understand, your teachers don't understand, your lecturer may think you just are just dodging, but unpack it. What is it that you're feeling like? And how is it manifesting? And I think that would help you, help another person understand how you are feeling. Some people also say it's associated with people who are mad or something is not, your wires are not okay. But that doesn't mean that the wires are actually disconnected. It is just a temporary situation where I am faced with this, I am going through this, and it is making me to feel like this. So two things, even as we talk about that, whenever you hear people talk or say, think about stress differently, we should agree that most people are not aware. So can we help them understand what is going on? By doing that, people are able to open out and come more to terms with what stress is. But also, create some more awareness about it as we do that. Tomorrow, you're the employer. Tomorrow, you're the teacher in that class. Tomorrow, you're the lecturer. And now that you are aware, when such things come up, how can you help them to actually demystify that? So I think in a nutshell, I would say it that way. Thank you.
Madam President, before we close on that as well, allow these students as well, they would need to understand more on that. They will need something more on self-compassion and mindfulness. How can they adopt it as a skill? You know, at the end of the day, they need results, they need to achieve something, but how are they dealing with their life, and how can they use self-compassion and also mindfulness to deal with anxiety and stress?
Okay, the two words, self-compassion, feeling for yourself, I think I'll simplify it like that. How can you feel for yourself? How can you be aware of what is actually happening? But there is one thing to be aware, and it's another that I've realized to acknowledge that it's actually happening. Okay? So let me start with self-compassion, feeling for yourself. How do you take time out when you are feeling overwhelmed? You can do it even while you're sitting, even in a room like this. You're sitting in a room like this, we are talking, it is reached lunchtime, you're not seeing any pack that has come. I hope everyone has got a pack by now. But you're seeing that the packs are going in the rows, it hasn't come. I mean, you could just sit back where you are even right now, close your eyes for a moment, take a deep breath. You know, you could do that about 2, 3 or so times. And as you're doing that, you're trying to bring yourself into what is happening now. And what is happening now, it will be you who would be able to understand. There might be some thoughts that are running through your mind. There might be, someone might have just said something to you. Okay? So in that moment, you're trying to come to terms with what is going on. And there are different ways in which we do that. Sometimes we say, do the deep breathing, and it helps you as you hear that, as you feel that air go in from your breathing channel right up to your brain, you know, it's kind of helping you to come to terms with what is happening right now. It helps to ground, we call it grounding. Try to feel, if it is a chair, you can even take a moment and just hold the chair for a while, feel the texture of what it is like at that moment, see what is happening with, we call it, you're trying to activate your 5 senses. Just look around the room. What do you see? What sounds are you hearing at the moment? Okay? Are there any scents that you can feel in your nose at that time? So you're trying to ground yourself. You're trying to bring yourself in the moment. You're trying to be aware I like it. I see some people trying to close their eyes. Those are very good students. Eh? Okay, I hope you're not dozing, but you're trying to kind of live in the moment. I hope so. But I mean, that is what we are trying to mean, being mindful, trying to be in the present, trying to understand what's happening, but also acknowledge that it is happening. And then now that is a good point at which you take some action. The self-compassion can be just being kind to yourself. Don't put too much that you can than you can handle. Look good enough for yourself. For yourself, I said. You don't care if it is not for yourself. Are you looking good enough for yourself? Do not hesitate to find yourself a nice shoe that you like. Of course, the gentleman here told you within your means, don't go overboard. But I mean, those are some of the things that can be good for you. Go out once in a while, and don't care if there's no one who wants to come along with you. Just go sit somewhere in some gardens, buy your bottle of lukumi of water, and take some time. That is just being kind to yourself. And we can do that within it. You don't have to go out. You can even do it even where you are at, within your means, within what is allowable for you, within your time and space. There's a hand there, Freeman. I don't know.
Thank you. It is okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll humbly request, please let's note down those questions. Once they are done, they're going to be able to give that answer. So I'm having Mr. Mbogo answer his last question, and then I'm opening the floor to at least 4 members to ask questions to the panelists. Then we shall have this panel closed off for the afternoon. So, Mr. Mbogo, I usually, and why we have Mr. Mbogo on the team, being that he's the chairperson convocation and deals so much with you, the youth, he can relate so much with you. Now, basing on your personal experience,
yes,
how have you been able to balance academics, at the same time balance your personal life? Bringing it to us even in our space, who are working. Sometimes we fail to balance work and life. Sometimes you overwork and forget about life, or you overlive life and forget about work. Now coming to students, some of them overstudy and forget about life, and others are very much into life and forget about academics. How best can they balance the two?
Thank you so much. I will start with a quotation on that. I was lucky to meet Hewlett and Packard at Stanford University in the States. And their quotation was clear. We all have the same time in terms of numbers of hours in the day, by the way we use it. Like Brother Freeman is asking, there is a time, for example, it is 2023, when I was pursuing 2 master's courses, one at Kyambogo University and one at Makerere University. Same time as a student, I was studying, that is understudying, but again, I was also working. Still working, I was also having leadership, and I was having social life. I was having the family wing. I was having the business wing. And still, where we stay in the estate, I was on the security team. However, planning when I do what was not enough, but networking with the people who matter. When you have people around you that tell you the truth about you, negative or positive, they enable you to multitask. Besides this, in terms of finance, because every aspect goes back to money, avoiding to lend what you can't lose. Some people have lost all their friends. If you are lending a brother, a sister as you meet here, only lend the money that you can lose. They ask for 900, tell them you have 100 to afford to give them. Because any risk, they are going to blacklist you, and you hate them forever.
True.
So planning is mandatory. To understand your weaknesses and your strengths. For example, you are studying, but you realize there is always discussions. Maybe send them money, if it is a group discussion, to print the work. Because that is also contribution. You are studying with the students who might not be well off in that corner, but make sure you are not a parasite to others. So balancing what you do and make sure there is time available. If you are at home, maybe switch off the phone. But if you lead again, the phone can't go off. And if you are at work, make sure whatever you are to handle, it must be satisfactorily performed the way people expect it. If not, learn to let go. And I'm happy that last year I was among those who graduated again at Kyambogo University with a master's. And again, I'm pursuing, soon starting off another level. So intention is multitasking, can be done by anyone, but have people around you who can empower you. Be honest to yourself to carry kilograms you can carry, than assuming you can do 9 things at a go. But also, not living in self-denial. Many of us, you participate in something. You have also seen leaders, after leaving the power, they go into self-denial. They still maybe has been LC5. He still assumes the power of LC5. No. Accept it that once anything is gone, one way to balance life. Assuming that you are still a leader in the latter position, you later become a definition of an empty tin. So to stay useful in the societies, accept things you can't do and let go. For things you can pursue, keep going. Where you can consult, this makes you a senior. And for areas where you need the mentorship, it makes you a better person in public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbogo. A round of applause to my panelists. I now open the discussion to the public. Any questions we have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To round it off. So, ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request the question to not be more than 30 seconds. Sometimes, you might have a conference in line with the question. Please. And please direct it to someone in case there is one who you need to respond to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Isiko Jacob is my name, a very proud scholar of Kyambogo University. Our theme today, we are looking at campus life. But I'm sorry for being contrary about this. But personally, my question is after campus. Right now, we are getting support from our parents. Some of us are government students. Some of us are supported by the State House, by non-government organizations. But after campus, we won't have that. Before coming to Kyambogo University, I made prior research. A student in 2022 committed suicide, who was a graduate in chemical engineering. It was due to unemployment. This question is directed to Mr. Mbogo as one of the members of the council. Are there any provisions or allowances that students, or there can be systems that can enable us to thrive after university? I have seen from my colleagues in various universities, because I'm an engineering student, but if I cannot even get a placement to train with a company, then I doubt if I can be employed there. Thank you very much. I remain Isiko Jacob.
Thank you so much. You respond to that?
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. My name is Joseph Olule, and I have two questions. The first one is about sexuality. I was following the discussion, and I don't know whether it is about me, but I didn't seem to pick some substantial information on it. There is a situation where I'm trying to do everything that you've said because I don't want to get into problems. But I'm a human being, and I get feelings, you know. And then the worst nightmare is this girl has also crushed on you. And she has gotten close. Or she has crushed on you, you have also crushed on her. But you know it's wrong timing. So to get out of that situation, is there anything that I can do? I know I'm not alone in this room. We are so many.
You're speaking on very many, on behalf of very many.
So, is there anything I can do to get out of it? Because I don't want to get into problems because of feelings, and then I come for counseling when I'm broken and hurt. That is the first question. Number two, Mr. Kyambogo, from the way you spoke, I knew from the bottom of my heart.
Intellectual grandeur in the esoteric assemblage. My name is Kato William Huntington. You can call me Honey, the motivational speaker. Hey! I request to ask this question to Dr. the President. I always find difficulty in social media. I try to...
Hello.
Thank you very much. I try to follow the John C. Maxwell pattern of when you wake up to midday, you don't use the phone. But there are sometimes I find that I'm over obsessed with social media. I may use it around 6 hours a day or 7 hours. And I'm asking myself, is just stop this habit of social media because it's so addictive. I think it's also to other people in this room. Thank you very much.
Directed to who?
Yeah, Dr. Elizabeth.
Dr. Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
You're really inspiring. Measly.
Thank you very much. I am humbled. Another person. We had another hand there. It is okay.
Yes.
I'm having a hand here. There was a hand in front. Okay. And there was one at the extreme end, even one here for this lady here. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4. We closed. There were 8.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kalisa Emmanuel from the engineering department. For me, my questions are 3. The first one is, I want to know, I have a question. I always look at big people and I ask a question, how do they work? Because I always watch videos saying that you have to work smart. Some people say work hard, but I have a question. How does someone, what has someone have to do to become great? The other question is, how can someone balance? Because sometimes you may be there reading your books and then you feel like you're not understanding anything. And that sometimes you're understanding. Okay. Then at times you start feeling headache and you're not understanding anything. Then the other time you feel like you don't even want to read. And you want to go back and... Now, for example, for me, I work in holidays. I work from Karamoja. Sometimes I feel like leaving school and going to work, but I don't know how to cope up with that. And the other part is, we always see people telling us that you have to find out what we can do, or know more about yourself, like what are your potentials and your abilities, your strengths and that. And for me, one of the things that motivates me in life is to become an innovator, yet I haven't innovated anything.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I hope the questions are being noted down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Ankwasize Javira, doing a bachelor's degree in vocational studies, art and design with education. I'm a teacher in making. So my question is, I would like to change the career. So that means I'm concerning about career counseling. Is it possible for me to use my bachelor's degree in art and design with education for another degree? For instance, IT? Thank you very much.
So I would want, is it Dr. Agnes or Dr. Faith to take it on? You can answer them.
Sure.
Or then, yes, one daughter from Nabisunsa. And then there's a gentleman up there. That one, only him, yes. The one in black. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Katsime Sherina. I am a Form 3 student of Nabisunsa Girls School. And my question is directed to the general panel.
Okay.
First of all, on behalf of Nabisunsa and as well as Kyambogo College, we'd like to thank you, Kyambogo University, for inviting us secondary schools for this mental health session. It has been very beneficial. Thank you so much.
We also treasure your presence.
So my concern is one, when they brought up the topic of myths about anxiety. One thing that has been, let's say, eating up, let's say, me and my friends, my classmates, is the myth of anxiety being for the weak and for those who are failures. Your role is to do the best because obviously you have to be the best of who you are, and that is the best, better than everyone else. So if you find it so hard to be better than everyone else, that means you're a failure. And as a student, someone trying to cope up with that, trying to say, I have to be the best, because if I'm getting stressed like this, yet I'm not even among the top 5, it means I'm a failure. And trying to read books with that kind of idea built into you, it gets very hard. So if you could try to talk about that myth, it would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm having him, and then there was a hand here. There is a hand that was here. There were 2. I'm seeing new ones coming. Please, if you're raising up from the time I corrected, Neda, it was yours. Okay, him, and then we can have one student as well, and then we close. Him, and then a student from Kyambogo College, and then we close.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Asimwe Begirwa. I am doing Bachelor of Arts with Education on an evening program. I have a reason why I chose to study on an evening program, because I work somewhere. However, my question goes to Mr. Mbogo. I have got a concern on behalf of all the evening students. We face a very big challenge. One is, as an evening student, according to the university policy, they say the lectures should start at 4 p.m. the earliest. However, there are some lecturers who may make a decision to start the lectures maybe at 1 or at 2, which becomes a very big challenge to some of us. Every time you are explaining to your boss, and it becomes a big challenge. I have examples of people who have dropped out of the course even when they paid tuition, simply because when it comes to tests, they can put it even at 9 a.m. in the morning, and yet they know the university has a design program for the evening students. So it affects so many of us. I'm a bit lucky because I have a boss who understands me and can easily allow me to leave in case there is a test at 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm a bit lucky. there are those who have dropped out because of this problem. So my concern is, can the university maybe design a program for the evening students who can study online if they can't make it here by 2, or these tests that are done at 11 a.m. So it becomes a big problem to some of us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And that the Deputy Dean will be able to answer on that. Allow me, we had encroached an hour onto Madam President. She had another engagement, but has been with us from morning up to now. I would humbly request her just to give us a 1-minute closing statement to you all, and then we let her attend to a meeting. But those who wanted to meet her in person, she's still within university. You'll soon see her right after her meeting.
Okay, apologies. I must apologize for that. So my last bit, there's what we call have you ever heard of the Pareto principle? You've heard, eh? And if you haven't, just go and Google it, or even Google it now. I think the last one thing I would say is, especially at the stage where most of us are at, we should have 20, it talks about the 80-20 rule. 80-20 rule. 20% of your effort should give you 80% of your result. And that is when you can call yourself an effective person. So in whatever you do, we've shared so many examples here, how we've gone all over the place, trying all this and that. A lot of effort, but giving you a very small result. It should be the other way around. 20% of the effort, giving you 80% of the result. I think that would be my end note as we center on thriving amidst challenges. Okay? Thank you. So I'm so sorry I have to, but I'm within the university.
Apology accepted, Madam. A round of applause to the President.
Maybe disclaimer, because Mr. Katwanington had targeted a question to the President. I pledge I'm going to respond to your question.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, please, just 30 seconds, straight to the point.
Okay, thank you very much, the panelists. By names, I'm Kakala Victory, pursuing a bachelor's in education in Maya 3. So, I have also been following up what the panelists have been presenting. I had on the issue of balancing academics and other things. So, it happened that I had my friend who was being offered a scholarship at Kyambogo University. So it was a Saturday when his organization, which was sponsoring him, was coming to have a meeting with all the sponsored students on universities at the city there. So they were supposed to meet at 10 a.m. They were also having a test here at the campus at 10 a.m. So that friend of mine tried to balance, as you said. He hurried here to do that test for at least, it was an hour, 1 hour test. He came to do for 30 minutes, such that he can also rush and attend that meeting. So within the 30 minutes, he left Kyambogo, he went to attend the meeting. But since that sponsorship is for the whites, they are always time cautious. They just him aware that you have misbehaved. This is a weekend. You cannot say that you have been doing a test. I don't know whether they were ignorant about university programs. So they removed him from the sponsorship, and after giving him the papers also, he had failed the test because he was rushing. So he was balancing to fail in both sides. How could we advise that person?
I like your assessment. He was balancing to fail in both sides. Yes, doctor, you will respond to that one, please. Lastly, please give to the student, and then we close off. Is it on?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
My question is, what would make someone fail to track progress in anything he's doing, in academics, sport, like exercise, mental growth, growth mindset, such stuff? That's my question.
All right, now we are going to have our panelists answer their questions, but as well, after each one, they give their closing remark. Allow me to start with Dr. Nachumuli Agnes.
Thank you very much. I am touched, first of all, by a question from the student from Navisunsa. Can I hear your name again? Sherina. Sherina is saying that there is this myth of anxiety. When you cannot be better than others, then you are failure or you are weak. I think it is real unfortunate on the part of us, the teachers or fellows. Do you have a teacher from Navisunsa? A counselor? Yes. So I think there is that tendency of declaring people weak or failures. But I don't believe, Sherina, I don't believe there is any single person who is a failure in life. Nobody is a failure in life. I got interested and wanted to share with you my personal experience. Much as all this is said, you are weak, you are a failure, and what have you. But I trust you are now Form 2. I trust you got some marks to go to secondary school. I trust that you also got some marks to survive in Navisunsa up to this level. So on my side, I cannot say that you are a failure. Whoever is still in Navisunsa is not weak and is not a failure. And members, let us understand, some people are careless with their talk. They don't know what they say, how it can affect others' lives. Okay? Let me stand up as I say this. They used to tell us when I was growing up that those people who had gone to Navisunsa, Nabingo, Namagunga, and all that were the ones who will succeed in life. Whatever you call success in life. Okay? I went to Chabazala Primary School. I don't know whether some of you have ever heard about that. Very remote. Past Mukono district, past Kayunga district, then you go back to Mukono district. That is how you reach my home area. Very deep there. But I was determined. I will compete with those people of Namagunga, Nabingo, and whatever it meant. Came my secondary school. I went to St. Kalemba Senior Secondary School. I hope you've ever heard of it. It is in Kayunga district now. And by the time I went there, it was not one of the best schools in the country. It was not a good school. And I am proud to say that I am one of the people who made that school to be sounding in Uganda. So whoever was declaring us failures or weak or whatever the case, my journey started from Chabazala Primary School. I went to St. Kalemba Senior Secondary School. I did not have anyone mentoring me, any woman. That remote village, every woman, every girl, whoever worked hard to go to school stopped in senior 2, not because of school fees, but pregnancy. But I decided to be determined at whatever cost. Whether from this remote school, I was determined to compete with those they say are successful. And my determination did not stop from there. I went back to St. Kalimba for my A-level. Then after that, I went to Makerere University. By that time, there was only one university in the country. So you either go to a university or you go to. By then, Kyambogo University was an institute of teacher education. But I was able to go there. But I did not find all the students of Nabisunsa in Makerere, not all students of Nabingo in Makerere, not all students of Namagunga or Namiryango in Makerere University. All the way from Chavazala Primary School, I went to Makerere University. Sherina, I hope this one strengthens you. Ignore what people are saying that you are weak. Have the determination in you to disapprove these people. Okay? Make sure that you disapprove them by what you do. Whatever we have said here as a panel, plan your time. Do what you can. Know what you know. Understand your emotions. Everything that we have said here, you will be helped to achieve. Forget all about this. For example, if someone came and told me you're a fool, I cannot quarrel because that is someone's perspective, okay? So if someone says you are weak, you are a failure, that is their own thinking. But please work hard to disapprove this kind of saying. When I was introducing myself, I didn't say all that, but I went to Chavazala Primary School. I don't think even if you Google it, you will see it on the map. Very remote. I told you, the very last 2 weeks, I graduated with my PhD, and with very good performance. With very good performance. Okay? So I want Sherina to keep heart and request the counselors to continue assisting her, not to get disappointed, not to get discouraged in life. Some other person was talking about how to get great. If you can be taught how to get great. I think I've already answered that question as well. You should get determined yourself. Whatever people are saying, you focus. But the problem is when people say, she's weak, she cannot do it, you also say, I am weak, I cannot do it. Me, the moment you say that I cannot do something, that's when I will do it beyond that. So let us have the determination, let us have the focus, let us plan our lives so that we don't get disappointed because of what people say. So Sherina, I hope that makes you comfortable. Okay? Then someone was talking about, the person who was talking about studying in the evening and lectures start early, I think that is a management problem within internally that can be solved with the respective organs that are concerned. Asimwe, kindly come to me. I'll tell you how to sort out this problem. And then another one was about balancing to fail on both sides. The guidance and the counseling team, I think we can take on this student. Yeah. Whoever mentioned his friend can come to us, to guidance and counseling unit, and we see how we can help this student. I hope whoever brought up this question, kindly go to guidance and counseling and we see how to help. But to others, this person is saying that balancing to fail, but as fellow panelists were talking about this, I think it was Mr. Kyambogo who was guiding. You talk to one party, at least one party can listen. Okay? That one was not an exam, it was a test, not so. I always hear lecturers giving alternative tests. So in that case, your friend would have talked to the lecturer to allow him go or postpone a test or give an alternative test. Where does this problem originate from? We keep quiet. You have a problem, but you keep quiet. You don't ask others. Did that friend of yours talk to the course coordinator? Did you talk to other classmates? So let us not keep quiet about our challenges. If you have that kind of challenge, talk to your friends, talk to the course coordinators. We have a number of structures in the university that can address such a problem. Did you talk to the counselors? They would go and help you to talk to the lecturer. Did you talk to the dean, to the head of department? All these people would help. But a mere keeping quiet, and you think you will juggle between the 30 minutes to write a test and then to go the other way. So all in all, it goes back to our answers that have been given by the panelists. Please consult. Go to the counselors, go to the mentors, go to the head of department. All those structures are in place to guide you. I don't think you went to any of those and they all failed to help you. And this goes to all of us students. Don't die alone. Don't die alone. Address your issues to the respective structures in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And your closing remark on that?
Yeah, my closing remarks would be, first of all, thank FAIL staff for organizing this kind of event. And I thank the students who have been attentive. Students have been attentive from the time we started. We thank you so much. And being attentive drives a message to us that we even delayed to organize this kind of opening day. We even have to put in more effort to organize more sessions like this so that we save you from the problems and challenges. Special thanks to Kyambogo College and Nabisunsa. Please come again when we invite you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Mr. Mbogo.
Thank you so much, Freeman, for the moderation from the beginning. I thank all the students, colleagues, and stakeholders who have asked questions. I'll start with him. He asked whether even after the university, there is when you have to juggle the life. As a chairperson of convocation, I think someone was asking at times, why don't we publish our success? But many students who are in your line as we talk, 17 are in Hungary, 06 in Texas, Italy has 3, UK has 4, that is under Fulbright, then also Albright and Chevening. However, all these students go on no cost, totally no cost. It is about you keeping in touch with the leadership of the convocation, and we have done this part well. Iggy, hunting for opportunities, Iggy, when you know the course you did, we can ably understand you. There is no doctor who can treat you without a proper diagnosis of what you're going through. So when you get in touch with the office, we can ably understand you, and maybe we go on like a person is saying he did master, maybe art and design to shift. Yes, it is true. These are possibilities when you get back to us. The truth is, instead of suffering from unemployment, we are making sure we link our students to these countries for masters, since it is a cover-up for unemployment. They are paid some good money, maybe 4.6 per month, but it's better than remaining also home hunting for nothing. So, and opportunities are always there for scholarships, and we have maintained our legacy of making sure we help you, give your recommendation, and we write letters to the universities you target. Question number 2 was from my brother, who asked, can I be your mentee? Yes. The door is open, and I'm so sure your neighbor has my number. I'm among the few commonest figures, and my contact is easy to get. And it's my pleasure that you are choosing to be my mentee. And from the start, I would say, I wish you all the best. You must shine. Kato William Annington asked a question about addiction to social media. Social media, in most cases, gives us either disinformation or misinformation. But however, amidst watching the two, they give you an exaggerated lifestyle that you pick, which becomes an addiction. either maybe by TikTok, you want to keep watching, because every video you scroll, you feel the next is better. That is how we are open now to the next, what you're calling addiction. Addiction is tough to deal with. Smokers will tell you, and anybody in any category where there is addiction. That is where we are even getting students who are getting into victims of cyber crimes, either cyber relationships, online relationships, or even typical things of typical issues of cyber crimes that are very tough and serious. For example, kidnapping. You fall in love with a person online, he is using a she face, and you get addicted, you want to, and even they keep even sending you money. They even, maybe the target is a kidney, your mind is the person who is facing you. So in most cases, this addiction comes with the interest of continuity. Go back to what you said. Know your goals for life. There is career, professionalism. What's your target? Your future is not tomorrow if you can't make it today. It is you to define your future. In most cases, once you define the life you want tomorrow, therefore you can set goals. Because even addiction comes with so much demanding, data, airtime. Every time you get a cost here, you are texting, there must be a cost. Either it is costing your time, costing your data, costing your battery, costing your mind, or time was taking you up as a whole. Plan your life, focus on tomorrow. Anxiety is not for today. Betterment and achievement is for those who make correct choices when they can. Then to balancing work, I think Doctor answered it. Then in lack of, this was Emmanuel, that they lack concentration, I kindly refer you straight to guidance and counseling unit. We have competent staff, comparable to nobody. Go there, you get the feedback you need. Then I think most of them are those. But however, as we conclude, I thank the guidance and counseling unit for choosing such a good panel. Clap for them. But also you concentrating with us from the beginning. I know it has been a long day. We are sorry for the delays amidst, but we are human and we can't handle everything perfectly. The other part is about to, as we meet here, to those working, I would refer you, all of you, to reading the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. They will guide you. But for those who are not working, students, concentrate more on law number 25 of the 48 laws, where you as a person, you keep constantly reinventing the image you want to be tomorrow. I made the line in the beginning, and I'll still end with it. Dress the way you want to be addressed. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Allow me to request Dr. Faye to also answer the questions and her closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman, and all those who have asked questions. One thing I can say is all about, I want to answer 3 questions. One about career guidance or career development, where someone is doing vocational but majoring in education and then would wish to switch to ICT. One thing I can tell you is that by the time you come to the university, at the time of admission, we have different courses that we all may wish to do. But when they look at our grades or aggregates of what we have obtained, you realize that they give you a particular course of what your aggregates or points you have achieved suitable for that particular course.
So by the time you were given education, you find that that is what was fitting your points at maybe senior 6. So you cannot fit for ICT. However, you can upgrade in that area of education, maybe education management and administration, maybe educational special needs education, maybe education, business education, something related to education. Education is more of arts, ICT is more of, so it may be hard. It may be hard unless you do a bridging course, and a bridging course can be a postgraduate diploma in ICT. But if you feel you want to go straight, it's not possible. Then for my other brother who asked about the feelings, when you have the crush, the feelings. By the way, what I can say, those feelings are normal and they are human. If you don't have feelings, we refer you in sexuality as asexual. Someone without feelings. So because we are humans, those feelings are normal and they are healthy. However, there is time for everything. There is time for everything. If you happen to understand the difference between lust and love. Because love is patient, kind, compassionate. You know, when you read the Bible, if we happen to go there. But if it is lust, you end up going to mountains, which Mr. Kyambogo said, to explore those mountains. But remember, there is also sexually transmitted demons. So I would say that when it comes to feelings, there is time for everything. You can wait. Dating someone doesn't mean you should sleep with her or you should sleep with him. You can still, I believe that we have goal setting. You have set your goals, and you have categorically said that at age of 20-something, I will have completed my course. Then I work. After that, I get married, or I work or you get it. So I believe you should have a life direction that can guide you. Because when it comes to lust, you may end up lusting on each and everybody around you. But if it comes to love, love will always stick to one person. I think I didn't just say that I'm married for 13 years now, but I'm a mother also. Then someone talked about addiction when it comes to social media. I believe Ms. Kyambogo has said it. But one thing I can as well say is that what you give time, definitely you become that. What you give time is what consumes you. When it comes to success, what we do, what we wake up to do daily as our daily routines, that's what makes a better future for us. Most of the times, I'm seeing this, it's really a challenge among us university students with social media. One time I had to ask some of the students, they normally stand at the office, near our offices, and I'm like, but when do you do the courseworks? When do you visit even the library? When do you attend lectures? And there is free Wi-Fi. So you find a number of students as if they are watching a movie, but when they're on TikTok. I'm not saying that TikTok, everything is bad, but can you try to limit your time? Can you try to manage your time? My daughter from Nabisunsa, you know, I have a daughter like her. My daughter from Nabisunsa, anxiety and being labeled as weak and a failure, it is a myth. It is a myth and a myth. When it comes to anxiety, all of us here, not even here, but in the world, as long as you're full of flesh and blood, we become anxious at a particular level. Anxious at any level. At any level. But the way you bounce back, it's what matters. The way you withstand the storm is what matters. The way you adapt is what matters. And all of us, I believe that we have got the zeal to bounce back. But it all begins with self-awareness. Are you aware of even your own personality? How about the people around you? How about that of your teacher? Anyone who labels you, it is okay to cut them off. Atete wejusa. Do you know, some people can mean to belittle you. You're right. And when they belittle you, use that. You know, one time there is a professor. I hardly put on long clothes. So this professor, I put on my dresses and he said, doctor, you're not smart. I'm like, I'm aware that you were bullied. I'm very sorry, but this is me and I'm very smart. So are you aware of yourself? Use any negative word they talk about you and you put it, you make it positive. The way we bounce back out of the hardest times, that's what matters. The way we withstand the storm. Anxiety is normal and natural to any human being. But don't let anxiety to... Someone said life after campus. We normally laugh at it, but we use it and we say, oh, kwetega. How do you kwetega? Wetezotia, right from year one. Let me tell you about one thing. People are watching even when you don't tell them to watch. People are seeing what you are doing even when you tell them what you are doing. I was retained at Kampala International University after my first degree, upon a recommendation of someone from not even in the department I was in. I was in guidance and counseling department, but the person was in human resource management, human resource office. And I was retained as a teaching assistant because they felt I have whatever it takes. Character can take, a beauty can take you into marriage. But character can bring you back from the marriage. People are watching what you are doing. You know, sometimes there are people who may wish to use us in a negative way. Bakulaba. Some of us, we are we are on guild committee, but you want the university to feel us. They are watching what you are doing, how you're doing it. By the grace of God, I've done my master's without paying a single coin. I've done the PhD still on that. Wete zotia. How are your characters? How are your behavior? As if you're fighting management, management will look at it. If you kwetega when in actual sense you're supporting management, the rest will be history. I've had administrative positions still in that same university. So wait as otia. That is my question. Because people are watching whatever you are doing, even when you don't tell them to watch. Someone will give a recommendation upon you, and that recommendation in your absentia will save you or will kill you. Thank you. As Doctor, I wind up, as I give the conclusive remark, I really want to take this opportunity to thank Kyambogo, the management of Kyambogo, first of all for the support, and also to recognize that we really need this. Then Guidance and Counseling Unit, I can't thank you enough because you've made me become part of Kyambogo. I remember there are some students who I mentored and now they are good mentors. I was part of it. I'm proud of you. And also, I want to say thank you to Auntie Winnie Akensusu, the principal counseling psychologist, the students' body, the staff. Thank you very much for being here with us. Mama Dean, I call them Mama Dean. You know Mama Dean of Deans, when they don't prepare what they have prepared for us, we wouldn't be here. Thank you very much, Mama Dean. Please convey please convey my, because Mr. Ambogo Simani Chaga. Please convey please convey my gratitude to Mama Dean the senior and Mama Dean the dean. Doctor, thank you. Mr. Ambogo Inzopungo Venture. So thank you very much. My Mama UCA, the president of Uganda Counseling Association in her absentia, we really appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It has been a wonderful time. Please, those hands are not enough for this great panel. They have been able to discuss and present to us all the time they've given here. I want to appreciate you. Please, let's clap for them as they leave the seats. You know, this seat is sweet, but once it has served its purpose, we allow the members. So until they sit, ladies and gentlemen, hey, this knowledge they have given us is very free. Thank you very much for that wonderful setup. So ladies and gentlemen, it has been my singular honor to moderate this panel. I hope you've been able to learn something, you've been able to achieve something from it, and I look forward to seeing many of you transform your lives and become something else. Most of them are OBs and OGs of this place. and I'm also proud to be an alumni. Where I am is not by the grace of God only, but also by me utilizing his powers he invested in all of us. Each and every one of you has a gift God put in you. You can become that. Mr. Gaston Biamgisha, I met him one time. He was my lecturer. He told me something. He said, Emmanuel, that voice of yours will take you places. Put it in use. Here I am, putting it in use. I am happy to let you know that I am the official master of ceremonies of the mental health events in Uganda. Who is me in Ministry of Health? Who is me in Ministry of Gender? Even before I reach the 3rd floor. But do you know what got me there? Humility. Don't forget to be humble. In everything you do, don't forget to be humble. Because the same powers that get you to a position, somebody else can just make a phone call and they drop you out of that position. The same person you could be undermining could be the one that is going to say, hello, mommy, I know so and so, can you give them a job? Don't forget that. Because at the end of the day, we plan, but God plans better. Thank you very much, Madam Winnie, for inviting me to do this work. The counseling unit, thank you very much. I'm always proud to work with you. And for the administration of Kyambogo University, we really appreciate you. From me to you, it's a good afternoon for God and my country.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. Our modulator for the day. A bigger hand clap to the modulator. When I grow up, I want to be like you. Yes, that brings us to the end of that session. I believe it was a wonderful session. We might have learned one or two things, or even more. Whatever we've learned, let us put them in practice. Mr. Kyambogo is my teacher. You were asking about the mentees. Mr. Kyambogo is my teacher, and I believe when you go by that direction, possibly you'll be somewhere. You're taking the right direction. Mr. Kyambogo, thank you so much. Our Deputy Dean, I thank you so much. And the other two panelists, we thank you so much. Our dear audience, we thank you so much for being such a live audience. You know, you can talk to people when they are all sleeping. But I'm happy that people were even asking questions, meaning that they were following up. I'm a teacher by profession, and they tell us that once you teach and no one asks, you just know that you've either taught or the reverse is true. Okay, at this point of time, allow me to invite our friends from Nabisunsa. Nabisunsa, they have an item for us. Nabisunsa, the floor is yours. Let us put our hands together for that school. Hey, they want to dance. Hey, DJ, select a very good song as they are coming. A very good. Yes, I know they are going to dance. And once the principal counseling psychologist says they are going to dance, I know they are very obedient students. They can't do without. First, wait, they select your song. DJ, yes, Chinaworo. Show us some vibe. Show us some vibe. Show us some vibe. Don't fear, the counselor is not going to penalize you. DJ. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, would like to apologize for not dancing, because as Nabisunsa ladies, we are not allowed to dance in our school uniform. It looks undignified.
Are you serious?
Protocol observed.
Good afternoon. My name is Asianam Tewika Chama, a peer counselor of Nabisunsa Girls Secondary School, currently in Senior 4. So the main subject of today is mental health. So recently, the counseling department's importance in my school was greatly improved and recognized by the administration, especially our headmistress. The counseling department chose to rebrand our former mental health awareness club to peer counselors. The main objectives of this club are promoting mental health awareness. This is by educating students about mental health issues like insomnia, schizophrenia, among others, reducing the stigma when it comes to such issues, then creating a safe space for students to open up and talk about their problems, yeah? Enhancing emotional well-being of the students. This is by encouraging activities like self-care, positive affirmations, such things. Then facilitating access to resources for all students, yes? Then since emotional and psychological well-being is really broad, one quote that really resonates with me. Your thoughts affect your emotions affect your actions, and your actions affect your life. Let me repeat that. Your thoughts affect your emotions affect your actions, and your actions affect your life. For you to truly grasp this concept, I have to self-disclose, yeah? I used to repress my emotions in any time of crisis. I never liked being vulnerable because it was seen as weakness, yeah? I had self-image issues, and with that comes feelings of inadequacy. Around last year, second term of my Form 3, I reached my breaking point, and it started affecting my sleep. So I was diagnosed with insomnia and some other issues I'd rather not say. This led to my absence for more than half the term, and that's a lot. But thank God, the counseling department, Counselor Madina and Counselor Anisha, helped me get over my insomnia and reach a point in self-growth I really never thought I would achieve when I was at my lowest. Something I am really grateful for, because it truly opened my eyes to the real importance of mental health. I believe everyone deserves a peaceful headspace, and I want to strive to achieve that by empowering each other. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Asha Sharifa, and I'm a peer counselor at Nabisunsa Girls School. My speech is mainly going to entail the significance of counseling. I'm going to begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. In a world where our lives are characterized by how we feel,
Hello.
For one, counseling has played a significant role in my life. I've learned never to fully suffer alone with my problems, because we realize that the human body is like a balloon. And when you keep on accumulating it with problem after problem, we realize that the system is going to get overloaded. And what happens when you overload a balloon with a lot of air? It bursts, like boom, it's going to burst. And in such situations, we see people committing things like suicide, self-torture, bullying others just to make themselves feel better. Yet a solution can be as simple as approaching a counselor to get a solution. After all, as the saying says, a problem shared is a problem half solved. Secondly, I learned to accept and know who I really am. Like, once you accept and know who you really are and you embrace it, you realize that you learn and appreciate the fact that people are different. They have different values and boundaries that need to be respected. And once we learn this in society, we realize that we are going to live in a more peaceful society, since we can correlate with others. Lastly but not least, always choose quality over quantity. I repeat, always choose quality over quantity. We have grown up in an era whereby we choose to always go by what the majority are doing, even if it is the wrong thing, like taking drugs or doing any other bad thing there is. But you would rather have that one friend that is leading you to the right direction than being in a gang that's going to lead you in a mess. That's going to lead you in a mess. So I'd like to ask everybody in the audience a question. Look at the friends that you have right now. Are they leading you to that direction, or are they pushing you to the kind of person that you want to see yourself in the next 5 years? And if they are not pushing you to that direction, then there's a need for you to revise the kind of people that you associate with. Because it's with these people that the people around you are going to define you by. To conclude, let us learn to appreciate even the smallest of moments in our lives. This is a compilation of the small happy moments that we keep on making. For it's these moments that keep us moving even when we are at our lowest. A small reminder that there is always a sunrise after a dark storm. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
My name is Kapsandui Masi Florence, student in Nabisunsa Girls School, and I'm here to give a speech about me, in other words. So, to begin with a quote for my speech, I finally learned there is really one person in this world who can make me happy, and that is me. It's a bit related to what one of the panelists said. I believe it's Dr. Kyambogo who mentioned it. So the speech begins in 3, 2, 1. I used to wonder and if I'll ever be them or like them before. I sit down and think of my life and want to be like someone else, but realizing a counselor sat me down and told me, just be you, because you, the original you, is unique. Because out there you can't find someone like you. There's something that makes you different from every other person out there. Most people would wish to be like those people with luxurious lives, soft lives. As one of the doctors here said, live within your means. It's related to what I'm trying to talk about. Where you come from, you have to be proud of it and live within what can sustain you. Because if you realize that you want this luxurious stuff, you want to have a life that you know you can't be opened up to, you end up doing certain things like most people have been engaged into, being prostitutes, selling drugs in school, doing so many bad things just in order to achieve what they want, yet it's not within their means. So it's also very important, and at some point it's also very upsetting when you begin to see yourself as your own worst enemy, and once you realize that you're seeing yourself as that person, it's just a blessing for you. If you know that you can create your own mystery, it stands to reason that you can also create your own joy. As my quote started saying, it's only one person who can make you happy in this world, and it's you. Your happiness begins with you. If you want happiness from friends, choose the friends that you want to make you happy, because some of them will make you happy and at the end of it all, it's in tears. So choose the friends that will keep you happy and comfortable, that would not lead you to doing things that you do not want to do. And I'd love to end by giving some quotes, leaving you some quotes. The first one says,
Hello.
The first one says, rare is the man who can walk with you through different seasons of your life. Let me explain it. It may be a bit hard for some of us here to understand. appreciate the yesterday people who knew you then, but find tomorrow people who will be there when everyone else is gone. It's what I'm trying to talk about when I say find the friends that will be there for you, like give you the happiness and everything will go well without anything ending in tears. So the second one says, better to feel alone than suffocated. My colleague here said, choose quality over quantity. It's actually better to choose people that are going to make you feel valued. Okay, though it's not what you'd want, but it's just the best for you. Choose people who would make you feel valued, loved, and cherished everywhere you go. It's not about, I don't know, the standard of someone. I personally, I would not look for a friend who's known by everybody. This person is a cool kid. You know, everybody wants such friends these days, but it doesn't really matter. As long as a person keeps you happy and you're in good company, then you have it all. And as in secondary schools, that's like a piece of advice. At some point, okay, I have a friend of mine who was engaged in some school situation. So she ended up, she like came from a background that was not all that. So like she needed some things that are not within her means. So she ends up selling alcohol and then they catch her. So she gets expelled from school and it was really not nice. She ended up doing drugs and apparently as I speak, we really don't know her level in life because she chose friends that were not for her and it really didn't work out for us. So secondary students, please, that's within your means. I would love to end with my school motto, that is to say, you reap what you sow.
Well, thank you. A bigger hand clap for Navisonsa. Yes, thank you so very much for that presentation. Indeed, you reap what you sow. If you people were not putting on uniforms, I was going to ask the courses that you're doing, because the brain. Yes, Mama. Hello.
Yes, I'm Madina Ismail, a counseling psychologist by profession, and the school counselor of Navisunsa Girls Secondary School. For a long time, my hand was up, but I wanted to just supplement and put in the addition. When one of my girls gave in that question of how anxiety is redeemed as failure, to me, I wanted to say this to her, but I guess now she's out, someone else will deliver the message. Nabisunza itself, it's a competitive environment. And if you are in Nabisunza, you are deemed to be among the best. You cannot enter Nabisunza when you are not among the best. So already she's the best. Yeah. So different individuals react differently to competitive environments. Yeah. So in this competitive environment where she's in, she has to face anxiety because everyone there is a performing student and is the best. So how she maneuvers around that anxiety is probably to do her best, to change her mindset, and probably to plan and organize herself more. Because all those students want to be like, they are all the best. Because if you are Nabisunsa, you are the best. Number two, a question came in, how do I balance work and school? When I was on the master's program, I faced the same. I was wondering, how can I balance work, my children, and my wife? I have even twins on board. They are boys. They are still young. And then also, how do I be able to finish my master's program? So my professor told me there are certain things that are not going to go away. Certain things you have to just cope. So what are the coping strategies or mechanisms that you are devising that you have to put up for yourself so that you can be able to maneuver and balance between the two? Because all of them are important. Both of them are important. So how you plan your time, the intentionality you put in, but you have to be aware at the back of the head that kusawa zino, kubeera wano, and you have to show up. So that is what I really wanted to share, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nalongo.
Thank you. Sheila Betrabusa Annette name. I'm a teacher and a special needs teacher, and I'm also a counselor. I have a feeling that we have made this girl question feel like next time she might not even ask. It was a question for everyone. She was not directing it to herself. To me, that's how I understood. It was for everyone. It was a general question. But the way we are presenting it is like, it is on you, it is on you. I really felt that I should put this the way I understood it. And I kindly asked the girl who asked that question to know that there are some people who really understood her well. And that was for all students. And if you remember, she started by talking on behalf of Nabisunsa and Kyambogo College. I thank you, and I thank the girl who asked the question. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so very much. That brings us to the end of this session. Let us put hands together for ourselves for being a good audience. So Madam Winfred will guide us in the next program. We are going for
Thank you very much, everybody. Yes, the time is on. We are going out for aerobics. DJ, please, aerobics before we go. Mental wellness. I'm sorry for all that has not happened very well. Let us go out and we dance. For anybody who has not been served, apologies. The Stanbic Bank people, as we prepare, please, the ears are here. Let them say something, then we go out for aerobics. Thank you.
Let us have 1 minute for these people before we move out. Then we move out. Stanbic, you have about a minute as those people are putting on their shoes. Please, you can be changing your shoes where you're seated. Oh, you're most welcome. And when we see Stanbic, we know money is here. We know money is with us.
Thank you very much. We have less than a minute. A note to self. Are you doing the best you can? It is okay to ask for help. It is okay not to be okay. You are worth and enough. Your boundaries are important. Your feelings are valid. You are capable of amazing things. It's okay to allow yourself to heal. If you just have those notes to yourself, mental health will not be on your side. We're all born different and special. It's the reason why God puts us in specific families. He knows our capabilities. If you're born in a family where, let's say you're young and you're the one fending. For some of us, we happen to be the firstborns. And in Africa, when you're the firstborn, oh boy, when you get your first job, you take on all the responsibilities. And that's where we come from. So you have the stress of young adulthood. You're trying to find yourself. You're fending for your sisters and brothers. Your dad also has help, who needs help from you. So if you can't get hold of yourself and set boundaries, you're doomed to fail. You're doomed to hang yourself. And sometimes it's okay to do something and somebody doesn't say thank you. It's okay. It's okay. Some of the mental health issues we have is because we feel we are not wanted. We feel we are not appreciated. We're just not enough. I'm here to say, from Stanbic, you're just enough. You are who you are, at the right place, and in the right time. As a bank, we do have counselors too. So they partner with us, they're called Minute. So we offer this to our customers and also to our loved ones. So in case somebody will need a counselor, we need to talk to somebody, and you can choose whether you want our first one-on-one or you just want to stay anonymous. So that is also taken care of by Stanbic. Our motto is Africa is our home and we drive our growth. So Uganda is our home, we drive our growth. So if our home has mental health issues, we can't grow. That is why as the bank we came up with a small offering that supports the financial part of our people. How do we help our people go through the financial part? One of the things that causes, especially men, when man doesn't want to go home, or it's normally the money. When he has money, he will come with all the caveras. You can know that he has come from far. But the day he has no money, daddy will come when everybody is sleeping. So we do have product. Oh, sorry. Apologies. So I guess I should just wrap up. So we are just found just within the heart of the university after the Senate. And we do have products that help us grow, both the parents and then the children. We do have accounts for kids called Easy Dimes. They go up to universities, and these accounts come along with internship and also jobs as you grow in. So we grow with you as you grow. So basically, I just went out to my colleagues just to say hello because of time. Otherwise, we would have taken this far. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drake Matovu, seller at Stanbic Kyambogo. I'm happy to be part of this counseling session, and I hope the organizer to keep this going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Drake. We came with Jolly Mugunga. You can wave your hand. He is a part of us. And myself, I'm Irene Rutahigwa. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Oh, thank you so much, Stanbic Bank. Thank you so much, Irene. And thank you so much for the team. Now I think we are ready on our shoes, and the team is waiting for us outside. I wish you all the best as we do the aerobics. My name is Rugalav Lawrence. I'm an administrative assistant. God bless you.
Hadn't been that happy in a while. Had dreams and you put a sad song on. You're oh so casually brought up. There goes my night and goes my smile. 'Cause I was 2 years and lost down the drain, and I'm reminded that it all went away. So when my friends are asking if I miss you, what do I say? If you don't laugh, I'm gonna cry. Don't wanna eat me tonight. Finally happy, not in the mood.
All right, we are here. Those joining us, we are here just right after the door. Yeah. Come and join us. It's a pub.
Una loba como yo no está pa' novato. Una loba como yo no está pa' tipos como tú. Pa' tipos como tú. A ti te quede grande y por eso estás con una igualita que tú. Esto es pa' que te mortifique, mastique y trague, trague y mastique. Yo contigo ya no regreso ni aunque me llore ni me suplique. Yo entendí que no es culpa mía que te critiquen. Yo solo hago música, perdón que te salpiquen. Me dejaste de vecina a la suegra con la prensa en la puerta y la deuda.
Yes, hello.
Te creíste que me heriste y me volviste.
All right, we're here. Come and join us for the fitness session right after.
Tiene nombre de persona buena. Claramente no es como suena.
Come and join us.
Nombre de persona buena.
Those still inside, come and we work it out.
Es igualita que tú. A tipos como tú. A ti te quedes grande y por eso estás con una igualita que tú. El amor al otro hay un paso. Por acá no vuelvas, me caso. Cero rencor, bebé. Yo te deseo que te vaya bien con mi supuesto reemplazo.
Come on, we work out.
¿Qué es lo que te pasó?
Come closer here.
Te distingo yo.
Then we work it out.
Cambiaste un Ferrari por un Twingo. Cambiaste un Rolex por un Casio. Baja acelerado, dale despacio. Mucho gimnasio, pero trabaja el cerebro un poquito también. Fotos por donde me ven, aquí me siento un rehén. Por mí todo bien, yo te desocupo mañana. Si quieres tráetela a ella que venga también. Tiene nombre de persona buena. Claramente no es como suena. Tiene.
All right. Once we've started, side on side. We stretch. 1, 3, 4, 5, 4 to go. 3, 2, and 1. All right. From the west to the toes. 3, 4, 5 to go. 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, we go. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, you're matching it up. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, kick it up. 1, with arms up. Nice one. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4 to go. 5, 6, 1, 7, 1, 8.
Build a home and what
4 to go. 3, 2, 1. All right. Behind is on.
Started to cry, but then remembered I
1,
didn't want to leave you. I
2,
didn't want to lie.
3,
Started to cry, but then
4,
remembered
5, 6, 7, 8. 4 to go. 3, 2, 1. All right, side on side. Let's go.
Say things you don't understand.
Nice one. Keep going.
I can take myself dancing.
1, 2,
And I can
3,
hold my own hand.
4,
Yeah, I can love me better
5.
than.
Backward.
Yeah, I can love me better than.
1,
Paint my
2,
nails cherry red.
3,
Match the
1, 4,
roses that you
1, 5,
left. No remorse, no
1,
regret.
7,
I
1,
forgive
8.
every word you
4
said.
to go.
Ooh, I
3,
didn't want to leave you. I
2,
didn't want to fight. Started
1.
to cry, but then remembered I didn't
One.
Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy
4,
myself flowers.
5,
Write my
6,
name in the sand.
7,
Talk to myself
8.
for hours.
Both come.
Say things you don't understand.
We go. 1,
I can take myself
2,
dancing, yeah.
3,
And I can hold my
4.
hand. Yeah, I can
4 to go.
love me better than.
3,
Yeah, I can
2,
love me better than.
1. Here we go.
You can love me better. Can love me better, baby.
1,
Love me better.
2,
Love me better, baby.
3,
Love me better.
4.
Love me better, baby.
5 to go. 4, 3,
I didn't wanna leave you. I
2,
didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered
down. All right. My legs are tapping.
I didn't wanna leave
Tap it up.
you.
1, 2, 3, 4. We go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. 3, 2. Lift it up. We go. Going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2. All right, step in. Tap. With arms on. 1, on 2, on 3, on 4. 4 to go. Keep going. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Going. 2, and 3. 4 to go. 5, 7.
It's just a history that may might prove the when you go. I'm
down.
My relations you won't bound to comes to count again upon this throne I'm laying before
on 3, on 4,
dance with
5,
my hands up on
6,
my head like
7,
Jesus said.
4 to go.
Dance with my
3,
hands up on my
2.
hands together.
All right, off your toes, on your toes.
I won't cry for you.
Invisible rope, you're running up. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Jumping jacks, we go.
We are not just a for big
Let's go.
to curve. He can't rewrite the aggro of my favorite heart. I'll wait on mountain tops and Paris. Hold your power, move to soul.
2.
I'll dance with my hands up on my head. Like
2,
Jesus said,
3.
I'm gonna dance with my hands up on my hands together for him before.
All right, Jerry.
I won't cry for you.
Nice one, keep going. 5, 4, 3, 2. Kick it up for me. Just kick it up. 1, 2, 3, 4 to go. On 3, on 2. High knee for me. We go take it higher. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. 4 to go. On 3, on 2, on 1. All right, here we go. Don't match, we go. 1, 3, 4, 3, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 3, 2, on 1. Do this for me. Legs as you do the front of poles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Energy. Stop energy. 3, on 2, on 1. Double. 1 and 2. We go for double. 1 and 2, and 1 and 2. At the arms at work.
She takes it to diamonds.
We go. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. On 8. 4 to go. Keep going. On 3. On 2. On 1. Alright, here we go. 1. On 2. 4 to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, hold your waist. Hold your waist, we are breaking it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Faster! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you roll it for a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, here we go. 2, 3. On 3. On 2. On 1 side and side we go. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 to go. On 3. On 2. Go. 1, 2, 3. Go for me. On 3. Nice one. On 2. Nice one. Relax it up. 1, 2. Alright, here we go. Nice one. Arms extended fully upward. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, keep it on and up. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. 4 to go. On 3. On 2. On 1. 7, 9, 1 to go. 3 and hammer go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 3, 2. Kick it up for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, here we go. The ground. 5, 6, 7, 8. This one for me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Side and side. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. 4 to go. 3. Backward wiggle. Front of 1. 3. Backward. In front we go. Stop. One more time. We go. And relax. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. 5, on 4, on 3, on 2. Oh. Here we go. 5, 8. Do this for me. As if down. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go. 2, 1. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm 10. All right, DJ.
When I felt your hand by the fireplace.
Okay, we are stretching. Let's take it up.
On the silver lake, where I met you, where I met you.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, I want you to push your arms in front with the nyash as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, legs together, hamstrings just behind your thighs. Move down to the ankles and hold there. Hold at the ankles. 1, legs are straight. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, do this for me. Just one leg slightly in front of the other. Grab the sole down and stretch. 3, 5. Okay, switch. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nice one. Okay. One side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, switch. 1 and 5. All right. My right arm is up. In the left hand side and stretch. Nice one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, my left is up. In front to the right hand side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. This position. Here we go. Take it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. To the neck, just relax to one side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Switch. 1, 5, and up. 2, 3, 4, and 5, and down. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, loosen up, loosen up, loosen up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, we are breathing in 3 times. The last one is a deep one from down on your. We go down, in, deep one, out, in through the nose and out through the mouth. We go in and out. The last one is a deep one and hold it in and out. Thank you. Yo.
Sambia Sambia ko
mpulira gwe n'osalawo sirunze katwa sibalone kubyambo oluzeeko baby nakebeddemu kugwe waliwo kitateredde kati eddagala ndizudde ndagakafa